Good morning, everyone. We will go ahead and get started. A copy of the Open Meetings Act is located on the table outside as well as on our website. There is also an automatic external defibrillator on the back wall of this legislative chambers. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if I may just take a point of privilege here for asking for a moment of silence. Saturday we lost, which I believe is our longest serving elected official in Douglas County, County Engineer Tom Doyle. And I think every single one of the board members here would agree with me that he was an amazing individual, an amazing public service, has an amazing family, and he will be missed not only by county but by the residents of Douglas County. So with that, I would ask that we take a moment of silence in honor of County Engineer Tom Doyle and his family. Thank you. With that, I do want to announce that I'm going to move the Board of Equalization after the Board of Commissioners. And so we will begin with the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Please note that our Board of Corrections that was supposed to be for today has been moved to August 23rd. So with that, do we have a roll call for the Board of Commissioners?
Commissioner Boyle. Here. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Here. Commissioner Friend. Here. Commissioner Garcia is absent due to a family health issue, I believe it was. Commissioner Morgan. Here. Commissioner Rogers. Here. Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, August 2nd, 2022. And item B, approval of claims submitted for payment processed through Tuesday, August 16th, 2022. Is there a motion to approve A and B?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Next is our consent agenda items, A through G. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Next are citizen comments. Anyone in this chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda, please come forward.
Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I'm probably going to ramble a little bit this morning, but there are some things going on in our country that need to be discussed thoroughly and before the next election, not waiting until 2024. Particularly the news items this morning where the Department of Justice is acting like the Nazis in Germany in World War II and the communists in Russia before World War II. Assaulting a former president who's still recognized by many people as the president. He's still officially titled a president. Completely without jurisdiction. It's an example of the slide toward tyranny when people want to continue to call us a democracy. We once again today swore allegiance to the republic for which that flag stands. The republic is not a democracy, and we aren't either. There's a lot of cultural Marxism going on in our country right now, and we need to stop it. There's also an Islamization of our country, and we need to stop it. We swear allegiance to the Constitution, not to anything else. So our politicians need to, first of all, defend that Constitution and the Founding Fathers' principles, which we were based on a Christian ideology, not an Islamist and nothing else, based on Christian principles. We don't recognize a particular denomination, no. But if you want to be in this country and I need to pay taxes to help support you, you will honor our Constitution or get out. It needs to be said that way by our politicians, which includes you. And we expect you to do that because you represent us. You do not represent the national associations of governments, state governments, county governments, city council, municipalities, or whatever. Those are organizations that are trying to tell you how to limit citizen involvement, citizens' ability to petition their government. And you need to stop. Listen to us first. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to this board about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move to a public hearing, a resolution to approve a special use permit to operate a major home occupation on approximately 1 acre of residential property, specifically firearm sales and transfers, address 10220 North 187th Ave, Bennington. This item has been laid over a number of times, and we have Dave Forrest here from the Environmental Services Department. Did you have anything you would like to say? All right, there have been, since last board meeting, some conditions that have been put forth on this special use permit, and I will just go through them real quickly, and then we can have discussion. And if you had a chance to see them, Mr. Urban? Okay. Basically, it's a permit allowing this to occur with these conditions. One, installing and operating a monitored alarm system for the house on a residential property upon which the major home occupation is operating. Item 2, window and door locks for the house on the residential property upon which the major home occupation is operating. Item 3, cameras positioned in a direction that will capture people's faces and features for the house on the residential property upon which the major home operation is operating. Storing all firearms in a gun safe when applicant is away from the property or customers are not viewing firearms. Item 5, reinforced walls and ceilings, for example, with concrete for the room in which the gun safe is placed. Item 6, a customer limit of 1 individual inside the house on the residential property at a time. Item 7, limited operating hours of Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. for the major home occupation. And item 8, applicant has agreed to a review of the special use permit by the Planning Commission with a recommendation issued to the Board of Commissioners to subsequently consider to take place 1 year from the granting of this special use permit, which would be September 2023. So this is the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item, on these outlined conditions at this time?
Good morning.
Good
Quentin
morning.
Erdman, 100220 North 187th Avenue in Bennington. I just wanted to express my gratitude to the board for entertaining my business proposal. I know it's been a long time in coming, but I do appreciate the process. I just wanted to express my gratitude to Mr. Forrest for all he's helped me out with the process. Douglas County Environmental Services and Planning and Zoning has been excellent to work with, so can't speak more highly of anybody or department of the Douglas County. And again, if there are any questions, please feel free to ask me. I did have a chance to review all the items, and I think they're very fair and should hopefully satisfy any safety concerns that the board would have.
Okay. Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quentin, you may not, Mr. Erdman, you may not know the answer to this question. Do you know, and maybe Dave, I hate to put you on the spot, maybe you know, of these 8 prerequisites or guidelines that we've laid out for Mr. Erdman, how many of the other 86 holders of these licenses in Douglas County are adhering to these standards? Do we know?
I have no idea, no.
Okay. I'm gonna, not that anybody in here cares, I'm gonna vote to move this forward, but I talked to Mary Ann briefly about this on occasion. I've talked to some of the other people on the board. I don't necessarily like the precedent we're setting here, but I understand it. And I think that if we have all of our FFL operators adhering to these standards, that's great. I guess my question, and we'll leave it out in the nether regions at this point, is when are we going to call them all back in and do the same thing that Mr. Erdman's going to be doing? So if we're willing to do that, I guess I'd be okay with this, and I'm not going to. I just think I think he's jumping over a bridge here that he didn't necessarily have to jump over, but that's just my opinion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's still the public hearing. There's no motion yet, yeah. No, there's no motion yet. Commissioner Boyle?
Along those lines too, this is again a question possibly for Dave Forrest. Of the 86 licenses out there, how many are do you know are in homes like this one, or how many are actual businesses?
Yeah, I wouldn't know the answer to that either. I'm sorry.
Okay. I think that's kind of a critical thing to know. So, Mr. Urban, do you know how close you are to your home is to a school? Or I know there's a lot of development happening out in Bennington.
The nearest school would be 168th in Military. I'm approximately 187th in Military, so
Within
2 miles.
2, 3 months.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I did have, as Commissioner Boyle brought up, the comment about those other 86. While I did try to find out where they all were, I wasn't getting much help. So I don't know where they are, but the comment is that the majority of them are businesses versus homes. So I think that does make a difference in terms of what we're doing here today compared to what those businesses would be doing. So with that, any other questions or comments? Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes, and Mr. Erdman, thank you for your patient attendance to our process here. This isn't in any respect a reflection upon you as an upstanding citizen of our community. It concerns me. Earlier in the agenda, we approved a couple of resolutions for school resource officers in our local schools because there's been such a mass of shootings of children in schools, and we have a problem with guns in our community. This, ironically, comes up the same day as your request, as did the initial request, I think was actually on the day of one of these mass shootings. And it's just a bad, I think, precedent to set in a society that demonstrably has a big problem with shootings, with guns. We probably should look at moving towards more responsible gun policies than expanding this. Again, this is not a reflection on you. I understand what you're trying to do, and I'm not in any way trying to disparage that. I'm just saying, for me, it's difficult to get over this dichotomy, and I think that we can all agree that there have been too many mass shootings in our society, too many dead kids, a lot of these with assault weapons, which from our previous discussion would be available at sale at your home. And I think that, at some point, we got to try to draw a line. And unfortunately, I think that this particular request might be that point for me. And I can't in good conscience at one point approve school resource officers to protect our children going to school. These are armed police in our schools. I didn't have armed police in my school, but it's come to that. At the same time, expanding the availability from 86, I guess, to 87 places to buy these weapons in our community. So again, I appreciate what you've done in terms of being a responsible citizen of our community and serving our country in a public agency. It's not a reflection upon you. It's more of an expression of a desire for a more responsible gun policy and fewer of these mass shootings of our children. So I'm going to have to vote no on this.
Commissioner Boyle?
I just had one more question too. If, would you be able to still run your transfer business if semi-automatic firearms were not included in it?
I would say yes, because you could transfer handguns and shotguns and other long rifles that are not semi-automatic. Although I would say that semi-automatic rifles are a common use firearm, and they're pretty, they're a very popular item. So I would, if you were to grant me this, I'm being forthright with you, I would expect to do several transfers of those type of firearms, absent prohibition by the county.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I see no other lights. Is there anyone in the chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak during this public hearing for or against? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. What is the will of the board?
Motion.
There is a motion and a second. Commissioner Friend made the motion. Commissioner Morgan seconded the motion. No further questions or comments. Please vote.
Motion fails. Commissioners Friend and Morgan voting yes, all other commissioners voting no.
Okay. With that, we will move on to our committees. The first being our finance, the budget report as presented. Next, community services. We have a resolution directing the county attorney and county administrator to draft a proposed golf car ordinance for operation of golf cars in the River City Lakes community in Douglas County for consideration at a subsequent board meeting. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Boyle, second by Commissioner Rogers. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, thank you for being here today, and you'll be hearing from the county administration on next steps. Okay. With that, Human Resources, Weekly Personnel Report from Civil Service as presented. Legislative items, none at this time. We do have need for executive session, so I would ask that we recess out of the Board of Commissioners at this time, and so that we can do Board of Equalization and then back to our executive session. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Please vote.
One moment, please. All right, thank you. Commissioners Morgan and Kavanaugh. Motion passes 6-0.
With that, we will move to our agenda for the Douglas County Board of Equalization. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Boyle? Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Friend?
Here.
Commissioner Garcia is absent. Commissioner Morgan? Commissioner Rogers? Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, August 2nd, 2022. And item B, call for a meeting and set Tuesday, August 23rd, 2022 as a date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Is there a motion to approve A and B? Motion by Commissioner Morgan, second by Commissioner Rogers. No further questions or comments. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Next are citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Equalization about an item not on the Board of Equalization agenda? Seeing none, we will move to resolutions. Could I get a motion to approve resolutions D through G? There's a motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments on any of these items? And I would, I'll set the stage because I know there's some people who are here wanting to speak about the protests. This is an agenda item on our agenda, and how this works is you get 5 minutes to make your case. Each commissioner, if they're wanting, have 2 5-minute time periods to speak or ask questions. And so I will alert you when you reach the 1-minute mark so you know when to wrap up.
My name is Dwyer Arce. I'm an attorney of QTAC Rock. I'm here representing the property owners on protests. Is that better? Okay, great. Here representing the property owners for protests number 22-03067 and 22-03158. These are 2 related properties that are owned or were previously owned by a charitable organization and were tax exempt until 2020. Once these exemptions expired, the valuations went from 0.
Oh, can I interrupt you for a minute?
Yes, of course.
Can you stop the clock for a minute? Can you give me the numbers again a little slower?
Yes, I'm sorry. 22-03067, 22-03158.
3158.
58.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
KCI Mid-City Center. I'm trying to look it up right now, sorry. But that's the owner name. Sorry, Mr. Arce, give me a second here.
No worries.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
All right, they're on page 97,
97.
KCI Mid-City Center, LLC,
Great.
towards the top of page 97. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So these properties, they went from a valuation of 0 to, in the case of 3067 to $19.1 million valuation, and in the case of 3158 to $576,000. I have Mr. Roger Morrissey with me here today who will explain this in greater detail. But these property values, as he'll explain, are grossly in excess of what the actual value of these properties are. And they're going to result in the property owner paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in property taxes on value that doesn't actually exist. So we're requesting that with respect to 3067, the $19.1 million valuation be reduced to just under $1.8 million, an exact figures given in the protest, and with respect to 3158, from $576,000 to $125,000. And Mr. Morrissey will explain the rationale behind that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Roger Morrissey. I'm a vice president at Real Corp Inc. I was retained by QTAC Rock to do a real estate consulting service on 2 properties. The one that was addressed, I'll give the actual address, is 515 South 26th Street. It was previously the Richard Young Hospital. It was built in 1975 and closed in 2008. To paint a picture of the current property, as a hospital, it had storage and laundry on the first floor, lobby, emergency room, and radiology on the second floor. Third floor was a cafeteria. Rooms 4 through 8 were 96 hospital rooms. On floors 4 and 5, none of the rooms had a bathroom or a kitchen. They had a shared bath down the hall. Rooms levels 4 through 8 did not have a bathroom. They did have a bathroom, but didn't have a kitchen. I toured the property in June, found it boarded up, and it had been repeatedly broken into. There were numerous code violations in very poor condition. The roof leaks, was damaged the top floor. There was an estimate of $90,000 to repair the roof. An estimated $500,000 worth of copper were stripped by thieves. The power plant next door, which is the other parcel, was not functional. Property taxes on the property, this vacant property that's been vacant since 2008, or in excess of $400,000. I reviewed the assessor's method of valuation. The assessor incorrectly categorized the property as senior housing. It did not consider the vacant building or its poor condition. The assessor record did not consider the functional obsolescence as far as its layout and design. It was improperly categorized as senior housing apartments, and the assessed value was in excess of $19 million. The power plant next door, the assessor assessed it as a storage warehouse. There's not any room in there with all the boilers and the equipment and everything to store much at all. As far as equalization on the properties, we not only look at actual value, but I pulled up some other apartments in the area. The Northern Natural Gas building that's been converted to 194 apartments in 2013 is assessed at $20 million. Here again, the old hospital, $19 million.
1 minute.
A going apartment complex, $20 million. Across the street, the Wells Fargo, a building that was repurposed into apartments to 219 apartments in 2020, is assessed at $20 million. Even more, as I point out in a 50-page report that went to the Board of Equalization, there's a property across the street that's similar, that sold for $1.4 million just in the last 2 years. It was also owned by the Lutheran group, and it's assessed at 92% of the actual value. The property record card did not give any type of valuation method that was used to arise at that, and the only thing I could compute is that the assessor put 92% towards the actual sale price to arrive at that. Here again, a property across the street.
Time.
$1.4 million.
Okay, we do have some lights on.
1 minute.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. As the first one of these, I kind of try to get a little bit of a grasp on what we're talking about. And I appreciate you coming down, Mr. Morrissey. I know that you have vast experience in this area. And I'll probably come back to you in a minute. I was wondering if our Board of Equalization folks are here who actually did the valuation. In the past, we would usually have them speak to how they got their number.
Sure.
And then entertain your questions. And if there's a little time left over, I'd be happy to let you complete your remarks. Is our BOE referee available?
Mm-hmm.
I just got 515. Dwyer, Roger, what's the main one? Is it 515 or 501? Actually, we'll figure it out here. It's.
That's it.
All right.
Yeah, that's the one.
All right.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Musto, 1011 South 78th Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I'm the coordinator for the commercial.
Sorry, could you pull those mics closer to you? That's great, thank you.
Okay. Yes, I recall some of this information from having looked at it because it's a rather complicated one. And in what we have looked at, I remember looking at the information that was filed and the information that was provided by the protest.
Let me ask just a couple of quick questions.
Absolutely.
The existing valuation right now is what?
On this parcel is, I believe, 19,133,200.
Okay. And the other parcel?
I'd have to pull up the other parcel.
I think it's 576.
Yes.
That sounds correct, close.
Okay. And you're recommending, long story short, that we go with those numbers, roughly?
Indirectly, we dismissed it not because, and I think we've stated this in some of our information, it's far more complicated than that.
I understand. I'm just,
So-
because of the limitations of time, trying to determine what your position is on the valuation of these two parcels. What's your recommendation? What's the number?
We did not change the number, but we didn't have information to go to the other number. What we did recommend is this gets an assessor review, and it's likely to be filed to Turk if no information is changed.
Okay, so the existing numbers of 19,133,200 on the 515 South 26th Street property, and the 576,200 on the 501 South 25th Street, 25th Avenue property, are your recommendations?
Our recommendation is, okay, we're set with the responsibility of taking what's provided by the assessor's office as true and correct. So we do not set the number.
I'm not asking about the process. I'm just asking about the number. This is a yes or no question. Are those numbers what you're recommending to us as a referee?
We've dismissed the protest.
So if the protest is dismissed, those numbers become the number for valuation
By
purposes?
default.
Okay. But you're saying that there are other factors that
One
might
minute.
play into this, and we might have to come back to that because it's more complex.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Briefly, because we only have a minute left.
Okay.
What are those?
Very, very quickly, reviewing the assessor information, understanding the appraisal process, it wasn't terribly clear that I agreed with their presentation of how they put the value onto the property.
You do agree?
Do not.
Oh, you do not agree? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll probably come back to highlight that some more and maybe give Mr. Morrissey an opportunity to complete his remarks. But basically, the recommendation of you is go with don't dismiss the challenge.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Morgan?
First, I want to thank the referees for what they do, and I had the chance to be with them on a number of occasions. So I want that understood. Secondly, I do have a background as a licensed appraiser, both with the state and independent license in the past years. As I understand it, and maybe Mr. Morrissey needs to come back up, I think you said this property has been vacant since '08. If you want to go up the mic.
Roger Morrissey, that's correct, since '08.
And I believe if my numbers, and I'm pretty good at numbers, but I think it's around $95 a square foot is what
95 to-
value.
$95 to $96 a square foot.
And for my colleagues, This building's been vacant for 13 years, and it's valued at $95 a foot. I can show you buildings in Regency that are occupied office buildings that are valued at $75 a foot. And I can show you one in Old Mill that sold in the last week with over 100,000 feet that sold for $20 a foot. So for this to be valued at $95 a foot doesn't even slightly make any sense. And if somebody can contradict me and give me great constructive criticism, I'd be appreciative. This is blatant. What was the value a year ago, Mr. Morrissey?
Well, a year ago, it was also the 19 million. What had happened, it was transferred from a nonprofit organization, and they didn't take any action on it. And then the property was transferred, just this 521 transfer was in beginning of this year. So that's when the property owner, retained services to challenge.
And what are you requesting?
Well, I know Chris, Mr. Musto for a long time, and he's an excellent appraiser. But I strongly disagree with his recommendation that I've seen, that it's more complicated and need more information. Well, he says the consulting report had valid points, but deeper analysis needs to be done, and that there were no notes in the assessor's packet, no recognition of the purchase price. Well, there were copies of 521 in my report, and the 521 showed a $3 million transfer for the old hospital, and a $175,000 purchase for the next door property for the power plant. My recommendation is to equalize it with the property across the street, and at least take 92% times those values in the 521, and equalize it with that, which comes to 3 million on the one side, and I don't know, $1 million something on the other. I mean, 100 and some thousand on the other.
Okay. And I want to mention, for somebody that might not know this, you have, I know, many, many years of experience. You were the county assessor for 16 years.
Yes, sir.
So we're not, so on the other one, and we may run out of time, the other property, what was that purchased for? Not the 19 million, but the
1 minute.
576?
It was for 125,000.
125.
Yes.
Can you explain the 521, Mike?
Everybody, when we purchase property, has to file a 521, and that goes down to the Register of Deeds and the assessor's office. It's a requirement by the state that's part of the records law that has to serve public notice between buyer and seller, and whether, information from the transaction that includes the transfer price.
I would say that I'd make a motion that we put it back to the purchase price on this property, which has been vacant for 14 years, and move on.
Time? Commissioner Friend, did you take your light off?
No.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Let's see. Well, you were on there. I don't know what happened to you. Yep, you're there.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a blue light. Dan's-
I know.
Dan's
I know.
trying to-
Blue light.
Dan's trying to.
Pretty patriotic.
We've probably all seen the Bill Murray movie Groundhog Day. I do not. It's like I'm reliving the same day over and over again about the 9th or 10th of August. And it's only been a couple. But look, Can I ask a quick question? Mr. Morrissey, I'm sorry you sat down. Can I ask a quick question again? What was the purchase price when they got it? Somebody else probably has it.
If I may, Mr. Arce, is the requested valuation, were those the purchase prices? So I have that information in front of me if that's the case.
Okay.
With respect to the protest 3158, that requested value is $125,000, and that is the purchase price. With respect to the other protest, the larger one, 3067, the recorded value in the 521 was $3.5 million. We have requested, based on Mr. Morrissey's analysis, a valuation of $1,797,839.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. When I'm done here, hopefully we're pretty rapidly, no surprise, I would second Commissioner Morgan's motion. And like I said, it's like Groundhog Day. It's almost a situation where I, to a certain degree, over the last 340 some days, I've tried to figure out, and I think some of our staff and some of the people that we've worked with can verify this. I've tried to figure out a better, more efficient way to approach some of these things when the one-offs and the big issues actually appear. But I haven't figured that out yet because we have statutory law that doesn't get in our way, but it manages the way we can actually produce answers as a Board of Equalization. So the other reason I'm saying this is not for my fellow commissioners, but to let people know that I'd love to let every one of these folks know in a really efficient way that they do have access to us. But years ago, Commissioner Borgeson and a lot of the other commissioners here, Commissioner Rogers, that have been here a while, came up with a referee system that's actually pretty unique, and it works. And I'm not trying to go around in circles here. What I'm saying is it works, but I think we can add layers that would help us. And I guess all I can say is I'd like to continue doing so. In light of that, for the life of me, I don't understand how you can, and this is more emotional, I don't understand how you can suddenly say that, forget about the purchase price for a second, let's just talk about the functionality and the practical nature of a building and the land around it. And that included what the judgment would be as to who's occupying it and what they're doing with it actually makes a difference in what that property is worth. You don't have to have a tremendous amount of experience in those areas to understand that. Now, that said, I just think under these circumstances, if we have the authority, and we do, that assessed total value and that recommended total value of $19 million is too high. I know where that property is. I've driven by it a lot. I know what's in it. And I would agree with Commissioner Morgan. Now, let's see where the rest of this goes. But this one seems like a real sore thumb just standing out there. It was like, it's interesting that it's the first one we've dealt with. So anyway, Madam Chair, thank you. And folks, thank you. I'm not going to try to drag this down into a rabbit hole, but this one just stands out to me a little bit. Thank you.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thanks. I'm just trying to get a handle on the basic numbers here so that we have the valuation numbers, which are $19,133,200 for basically the hospital, and $576,200 for the power plant adjacent as the starting point. The purchase prices seem to be something I'm trying to get a handle on here because the document that was submitted to us, I believe by Mr. Morrissey, as a memo from Howard Hahn at QTAC, has purchase prices of $1.525 million, but then later on, I guess there was a purchase price of $3.5 million for the hospital. I don't know if you've seen this document from Mr. Hahn relative to the transactions involving these processes. I'm talking to the referee. Yeah.
Again, Chris Musto, Chris Musto, Board of Equalization, 1011 South 78th Street.
Hold on a second, let me just close this.
Oh, no, I wanted to see that.
Oh, I know, but I don't know
Okay,
what I did.
so I have this document before me, and on the first page, Mr. Hahn says, relative to the hospital structure, the purchase price was $1.525 million. This is in June of 2006. Later on page 3, he talks about the Form 521. I don't know if that's a copy of it that we're looking at here. Says the form reports a market value of $3.5 million.
I'm looking at the 521 that's filed with the county, and Dan Ash just pulled up. Again, they've got an indication that the property value is 3.5 million, but then their filing is for 0.
Okay, but if I understood Mr. Morrissey and the folks, the purchase price was $3.5 billion.
The purchase price is recorded on the 521 was 3.5 million.
Okay. And I don't know if I understand.
Market value, the market value listed on the on the 521 was 3.5 million. The actual purchase, Dwyer there was some assumptions and some other things that went behind that was $1.7 million, but we're going, if the property owner signs this, the buyer signs the property transfer statement,
Right.
and swears that everything on there is true, and his estimate of value was of market value was 3.5 million, then what I'm saying is that's what he thought it was worth. That was the price.
Okay, that's good. What I'm asking is, did your folks pay $3.5 billion for that property?
Here again, let's go back to council. My understanding is no.
Okay. Yes or no? Did you pay $3.5 billion for the property? Yes? No?
No.
Okay, what
no.
did you pay for the property?
So the transaction was part of it wasn't a direct transaction of exchange of property for money. It was part of a more complicated transaction that had to do with pre-existing debt and deals between the two organizations. The
1 minute.
purchase price that was identified for this transaction is the $1.525 million that's identified by Mr. Hahn as the purchase price for the deed in lieu of foreclosure for this property. And the market value as identified on the 521, as Mr. Morrissey indicated, was $3.5 million.
Okay. I'm a little confused, but Commissioner Morgan, your proposal is to set these prices at what number of dollars?
It was 3.5 million is what I said at the
Okay.
time, which was their request.
3.5 million for the hospital, and then the other property, what dollar amount would you recommend on the other property?
125.
The 125.
125,000, Commissioner Kavanaugh.
125. So the recommendation in your resolution is 3.5 billion on property 1 and 125,000 on
Correct.
property 2.
Time.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Commissioner Rogers?
Okay.
As you're contemplating.
Can you come back up, sir? All right.
Yes, sir.
I had a grip on it and felt comfortable until your last statement, so.
Uh-oh.
The building cost $3 million.
The building is valued, the market value was identified as 3.5 million.
This is what I heard, what I understand.
Sure.
Sound like the 521 form is something that sounds like you had to fill out to show good faith of an arm's length transaction.
Yes.
That form, you all agreed to $3 million. Sounds like somebody owed this guy $1 million something. So from what you owed him, he took off $1 million plus, you paid 1.5 in cash. That's how I'm hearing?
That's generally broadly correct, yes, as the way the transaction played out. And I can't say that I'm 100% fully familiar with exactly how that full transaction occurred, because there was a pre-existing relationship between the seller and the purchaser in this instance. But the way that that previous deal had worked out, and to settle off a previous debt, it was the 1.525 million as the purchase price for a deed in lieu of foreclosure that terminated the relationship between the two parties, essentially.
And the reason this current cost is on the books because nobody contested it last year, and they just paid it.
Right. What happened last year, sir, is that there was some confusion in that the property was in the process of being transferred to the current owner, but it hadn't closed yet. The notice, the property valuation, was sent to the previous owner, and the previous owner did not communicate that to the current owner, and so they missed last year the deadline.
So they just bit the bullet and paid the taxes?
Yeah, because they didn't find out about the valuation until December of last year.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Hopefully my question will be quick, but Mike Goodwillie, can you come up and just explain how the assessor came to the $19 million valuation for the property?
Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds Office. You know, on this particular day, I don't get a lot of notice of who's going to step up. I think I had like 15 minutes.
Yeah, nor do we.
I had a very brief chat with the appraiser that was involved in this, and the characterization I got was that this is kind of a dinosaur and an odd sock. It's neither this nor that nor this nor that. He did say that he fully expected the purchasing entity maybe to come in during our preliminary meeting process with some information that would help get a more reasonable value, and apparently that didn't happen. So I guess I'm a little bit at a loss for what our internal process was on this, but I do think that it was one of those where our staff is not entirely convinced that we're in the right place,
Okay, all right, thank you.
if that makes sense.
It does, yes, thanks. That's all.
With that said, I think we know why we have a Board of Equalization to help. So I'm going to give you an address of 10810 Farnham. The reason I have that address is because Colliers in the last 2 weeks couldn't sell a building 4 stories at 10810 Farnham Drive. 4-story, beautiful brick building, plenty of parking, totally vacant. It sold for $20-some a foot. And the previous owner bought it in '06 for $12 million. This is per Colliers Real Estate. It's never been above $7.5 million. In all the years it was bought for 12, it stayed under $8 million. Now it just sold for $20-some a foot because it's vacant. And that's why this building is going to be valued at closer to $31 or thereabouts. And it's been vacant for 14 years. So that's why, and we're all held to the public, I'm trying to demonstrate. I've had no special friendship, never met you before. I know Roger because he was assessor. But this is just not right. And I hope my colleagues here will see this rather than saying, go to Turk and we'll see you in 2 or 3 years. And that's what Mutual of Omaha did and got it reduced to 31 million, and yet it was raised last year when Commissioner Friend talked about being here last year. It was raised to 65 or 68 million after they went to Turk and got it reduced right back up to 60-some million. It just doesn't make sense. So I hope there'll be the votes to approve this change.
Any other questions or comments from, none from the board? Are there any comments from, I'll just make, I guess, my usual comment. This is, and Commissioner Morgan, I really hope that you take this to heart, that I truly not only admire you, but your expertise is important to this board. And it has, my comments have nothing to do with that. Mine is the process. And you can see that, how complicated this is, where you have had a group of assessors, appraisers, look at this from the assessor's office, put a value on it. Then it went through the process of Board of Equalization, and you had appraisers looking at it, and plus some. And now you have folks before us today who, again, are experts in this, and they're telling us something, and we're sitting here for the first time even seeing any of this information. And within the 20 minutes, we're supposed to make a determination. That's my first problem. My second problem is there's a whole lot more taxpayers out there that aren't represented by attorneys and experts who know this process or understand this process and haven't been given the chance to come before this board today and argue to this board their value. So until we figure out how to change that and how to make it fair, I'm not voting for these. We as a board opted to go the referee because they're the experts. We're not. You are, Commissioner Morgan. We're not. And again, I haven't even been able to read 2 pages of what I've just been handed. I haven't seen any of the referee's information nor the background information from the assessors. And I don't think then that is me doing my due diligence as a Board of Equalization member. And so I just believe that this is the wrong process. We shouldn't be doing this. And I'm going to vote no on these. And again, it has nothing to do with your expertise, Commissioner Morgan. It's more the process, and I've said it last year, and I'm saying it again this year, is that there's a whole lot of taxpayers out there that don't have the opportunity to come before this board and argue what value that was put on by the people that we hired to put those values on. So, that's it. So there is a motion and a second. On the motion, Commissioner Kavanaugh.
A rare moment of collegiality here, I couldn't agree with Chairman Moore. This process is impossible and illogical. And we got these things, an hour ago. I understand we have an expert on real estate and Commissioner Morgan, and I echo the Chairman's remarks. I appreciate what you say and take it to heart. I don't know how any person can expect us to give due consideration to this and a bunch more that we're going to have here today when it's flopped on our desk and decided, within 60 minutes. There's a 15-page memo from an attorney in support of, I think, the property owners, but I can't say that because I haven't had an opportunity to read the 15-page memo from this attorney. And I'm a lawyer. So, the process is really skewed. What we might do is say, okay, we'll have a hearing where you make your case, give us the evidence, we take it under advisement, and we come back in a reasonable period of time. This is what happens in real courts with real judges on real decisions. It's not like, okay, you throw a bunch of exhibits in front of the judge and 60 minutes later you get a verdict. That's not reality. That's not how our justice system works, and it shouldn't be how our Board of Equalization works. I'm not saying that you don't have a valid argument here. I mean, the brief 10 minutes that I had to question you and the other people revealed that there's a case here. There's a prima facie case of what you're saying has some logic. And what Commissioner Morgan said relative to, other comparable prices per square foot, has some relevance here. But this is all like in the last half hour, and I don't know that that's a very good system to value our property and give you a real just decision. So if we could hear these today and continue them for a week, I might be persuaded that this is the way to go. If we can't, we have a whole system in the Assessor Register of Deeds office with experts, and then the Board of Equalization with experts that we hire to give us their expert opinion on how we should go. If we're going to depart from that, we're going, as my colleague, Commissioner Friend would say, down a big rabbit hole, because everybody, I'm sure, coming before us today can make a similar argument that Mr. Morrissey and somebody made, that there's a reason to consider a different number for our property valuation. I don't think you're here because you don't have something to say. You've got some considered opinion on this, and I totally respect Mr. Morrissey as a premier expert in this regard in our community, from his long and distinguished history as the Register of Deeds and in the property valuation industry. But I don't know how we can reasonably be expected to decide in a minute on something as complex as this. So I don't know if this would be something that we could do, but I would entertain the idea of making a motion to continue this motion for 1 week, and we have an opportunity to digest what we've just heard and seen and come back here and give you a decision in 1 week. I don't know, that's not a perfect system, but it's better than this, just let's make a deal approach to property valuation, which is exactly what this is. We might as well have a wheel of fortune up here.
Unfortunately, I don't believe we can because of the timelines that we have to. And again, process, we're
Right.
at the deadline.
Yeah.
But I will have, if I'm wrong, Catherine Hall, do you want to say anything, or is that correct?
Commissioner, you're correct. Per statute, the board must take action on these protests by August 10th.
So that said, going forward, we should probably back this whole thing up so that we do have this, at least a period of consideration. This is not due consideration, and it's not fair to the people protesting. It's not fair to the taxpayers of Douglas County.
Okay, time, and I do agree with you on that. So that's something we can work on when this is over today. Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I don't adamantly disagree with what Commissioner Borgeson and Commissioner Kavanaugh just said, but I have a little different twist on it. I mean, statutorily, we have this authority. We can do exactly what we're doing right now. We can. Now, somebody would say, well, that's not wise. Well, we're doing exactly what we're doing right now because we're statutorily authorized to do it. We can do it. And by the way, I'm not trying to perform brain surgery. I've owned property for 30 years. I've paid taxes on that property for 30 years. You do not have to be a rocket scientist to understand when you see inequity. You just don't. I've seen it my whole life. We've all seen it our whole lives. What I'm staring at right now with the limited amount of information that I have is inequity. We are the Board of Equalization. Do we want to deal with it? We're statutorily authorized to do it. I don't want to hear the let's, and no offense to Commissioner, I don't want to hear the let's make a deal thing. I'm not making a deal with anybody. I'm looking for inequity. I am part of the Board of Equalization. I have that authority. Now, with respect to Commissioner Borgeson's thought process, I totally get it. I like the referee system, but I was not here when that was put in place. If somebody wants to pay me X amount of money to be a county commissioner and represent Northern Douglas County, and they tell me to show up here every morning and do Board of Equalization stuff for a month and hear all 6,000 of these, I will do it. That's why I was elected, because I am statutorily part of the Board of Equalization. I don't want to go, again, I agree with them, but this is not rocket science. You do not have to be that type of an expert to understand when you're looking at a $19 million valuation on a property that I know. I've been over there. I've walked it. I've seen it. I know what it's been the last 10 years because I worked downtown for 15 years. I get it. And I don't understand for the life of me why they're being taxed to the tune of $19 million. Now, I digress. All I'm saying is we can do whatever we want. I have a second out here. Commissioner Borgeson and the rest of the commissioners, with all due respect, I think you understand my point. You're going to disagree with it. If we have an opportunity and somebody wants to come in front of us, I guess I'm raising my hand and saying, come on up. We need to give you more notification. Maybe we can analyze that in the future. But the bottom line is, that's how I feel about it. So,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Boyle?
Yeah, I agree with all of my colleagues, especially Commissioner Friendman says this process is inequitable, but it doesn't stop just with the presentation here. It goes to all those people who don't have the time or the money to come and present their case to us. So the bottom line is I feel that the process itself entirely is inequitable. So if someone is working today and they can't get here to protest their valuation, I mean, they're taxed more. So I think we have to do some really serious soul searching about how this process is undertaken. I know we have the authority to make these types of decisions, but I'm no expert at this, and I'll be the first to admit that it's not. I mean, I'll stick to the health stuff, but when it comes to this, it's just not my area of expertise. So I defer to experts. I know when I'm out of my league, and this is one of those situations. And so it's very obvious to me in this situation, however, that there is inequity. At the same time, I think that we really have to think about process so we don't have things like this, such egregious errors come up like this. But we have to think about, again, those folks who simply can't be here because they can't hire an attorney, they don't have the time to get off work or transportation issues or whatever. But that's where the true inequity lies, in my opinion.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Morgan?
So, with that said, we're going to punish who is here and have them pay an extra $400,000 or more dollars, even though we have comps of other buildings like Northern Natural Gas that you brought up and the one across the street from this property. We're going to punish you because everyone can't be here. And I just want to echo what Commissioner Friend said. I guarantee you if we have to sit here a month for 30 days meeting people, I'll do it. And I did it back in the 70s when I served on this board one time and didn't run for re-election because that's how it was done. And we were here every day of the week doing exactly that. So we'll call for the vote, but this is so blatant and clear. It's just amazing to me to vote no on this.
Well, again, I do have to comment to that because, again, it may be blatant to you, but not to me because, again, when you look at something as a real estate expert, you understand it. And, yeah, it may not be rocket scientist, but there's a 15, 18 page. I haven't looked at any of the comparables. Again, none of the background information, all the way back from the assessors to the referees. So, again, it's arguing for the sake of arguing, but I am not comfortable. We have a process, and I don't like the process. I don't even like the process going forward from here, but that's the process we have right now, and I just don't like it. So, with that, we do have a motion and a second, and the motion is to set the value of the first property 22,03067 at 3.5 million, and the second property 22,03158 at 125,000. There was a motion by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Friend. Please vote.
Madam Chair, motion fails 3-3. Commissioners Kavanaugh, Borgeson, and Boyle voting no, other commissioners voting yes.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, I'm sorry, before we get going, we actually did not catch the original motion and second for all the resolutions. Do you know who made that?
That was Commissioner Rogers and, no, Commissioner,
I was,
You?
Commissioner Morgan and Commissioner Friend, second.
But on
that
the,
was, that was for this motion, but on the overall one, when, yeah, I was gonna say Commissioner Rogers and Commissioner Morgan.
okay, thank you.
All right. So, so is there someone else wishing to speak during this time to the Board of Equalization? And before we start the clock, can you give us the address or the number, protest number of your protest?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
The protest number is 22-00626.
And then as we're looking that up, can you state your name?
My name is Anthony Schrager. Address is 1724 South 105th Street.
This is page 52, commissioners, in the middle.
Okay.
EEA Trust et al.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners, for hearing me. I don't know if I feel great following that discussion, but I just, and I can make it quick. I appeared here last year to appeal what I felt was an iniquity in the evaluation of my property. I had requested a value of $1 million, or just over $1 million, about $1.1 million. The referee had recommended $1.3 million. The coordinator overruled that, and the value remained at just under $1.7 million. The board recommended $1,510,000 in 2021. So the board did vote to recommend $1,510,000. This year, the assessor immediately raised it, not only back to where it was and where the board had agreed to move it to 1,510, not only back up, but they raised it above the 1,689 from the previous year to 1,724. Of course, I appealed or protested it again this year. I think, expert or not expert, I think we all can feel the market, the residential real estate market is not nearly as good as it was last year. It didn't make any sense to me that my value went up almost 15% from 2021 to 22. And so I wanted to protest and appear before you today to ask that that the board reconsider. And at the very least, I think the value should remain where it was in 2021 and where the board recommended it be. That's not where I had hoped it would. Even $1,510,000 is not where I had hoped my value would be. But I understand the arguments that you have made today, and I would just ask that I can present the 24 comps again that I presented last year in my neighborhood that show my property is valued 58% above the average comp. But I understand that you haven't had time to review the comps and that you're not real estate experts. So I would just ask that we sort of rely on your decision from the previous year.
Thank you. Before we go to commissioners, can we ask the referee to be ready for this particular one? Commissioner Kavanaugh?
And I'm sorry, sir, I remember you from last year. What's your name again?
Anthony Schrager.
Okay. And this property, Mr. Schrader, is under EEA Trust, is that right?
That's right, I'm the trustee.
Okay. When did you purchase it?
2018.
Okay. And what was the purchase price then?
$1,008,000.
1.8?
Yes.
Okay. And you're recommending what valuation today?
I'm just requesting that it return to last year's value that the BOE had approved at $1,510,000.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, the referee, if they could come down.
Lawyers up here.
Did you have anything for us, sir, Mr. Schrader? A handout or anything?
Nothing more than I'd already submitted to the referee.
Very good, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rick Coder, 5621 North 141st Circle, certified general appraiser. I am the coordinator, helps out with the residential properties. I figured it's about 20 years doing this, so Commissioner Borgeson and I date back that far doing it. So I had no premonition or no advance notice we were going to have anything specifically to look at today. I am looking at our notes. I said we did somewhere in a range of 4,200 of these this year, so the numbers kind of get mushing around after a while.
Could I just ask you, were you the individual referee who heard this protest?
No, sir.
Okay. Is that person here?
No, sir.
Okay. So can you speak to the difference between the 1.5 valuation and the request to return to that and the 1.724 million recommendation?
We looked at several things as far as the notes I have. One was the 1.8 million purchase price a few years ago. Apparently our referee did make the determination that there is a pending Turk case on this property, and
there is a pending Turk
That's
case?
what the notes say, yes, sir.
Okay.
And it has always kind of been our thought process that there is a Turk case in motion, and we make some ruling that contradicts the previous valuation or the Turk case, unless it's something really compelling, we really try not to. Basically, we're making a decision for Turk if we do that.
I understand that as a policy position. That makes some sense. Mr. Schrader indicated that the real estate, no, this is a question for Mr. Coder. The real estate market wasn't what it was a year ago, that it had cooled off. Is that the case, or where are we real estate-wise year over year?
I think right now again, we're talking about valuation as of 1/1, January 1st. The market, I tell people we're kind of on that little downhill, probably starting to come down on the values, but we're talking January 1st when interest rates were still dirt cheap, and I just don't see where there was a lot of give at that time. The $1 million market is relatively limited, as Commissioner Morgan knows, in this town. There's not a lot of them out there, but by golly, we found a lot of them, and they're selling, and they were getting good prices out of them. So I don't think that would be an issue that saying the market's going to pot now.
Right. So the last two complete years that we had, to make a year-to-year comparison in residential real estate, there was a percentage increase in year one and a percentage increase in year two. Do you know what those were?
No, sir, I don't.
The last two complete years?
No, sir, I don't. You mean nationwide, local?
Local. I mean,
I don't know. There's all kinds. It depends upon your price range, where you are. It's hard to just pull a number out of your ear and say it's 2.5%, because it's variable depending upon the part of town, the style, the price range of the house.
And I guess that's a question that maybe, I don't know if Mr. Goodwillie would have any knowledge on this or not. There is a number that our local real estate, residential real estate in Douglas County, Nebraska, went up, stayed the same, or came down in general over the last two complete calendar years that we can say a year to year. My impression from setting mill levies and stuff is that it's gone up. It went up in 20 and it went up in 21.
I would tend to agree with you on that, yes, sir.
Right. We don't have a complete 22.
Time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morgan?
I think I heard you say that it probably went up 2.5%.
I just pulled a number out of my ear.
And I'd say if you're going back to January, it might be 5% that it could have gone up, something like that. I know now it has gone down without question, and the number of homes in the market has increased 40% from 1 year ago. So it's a different market. My thought on this, and we did take action last year to put it to $1,510,000, and now it's been raised up to $1,600,000. 724. I'd make a motion that you give it that 5% increase, so you'd put it at 1,585,000 from what we did at this board meeting. Like Commissioner Friend said, the Groundhog Day 1 year ago, we put it at 510. So if you went to 1,575,000, you'd have a 5% increase. And that's what I'd suggest as a motion.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Motion by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Friend. Were you finished with your comments, Commissioner Morgan?
I'll stop to give you a special, all of you a special treat.
Well, Madam Chair, can I ask for a clarification, please? Commissioner Morgan, you first said 1,585, and I thought I heard you say 1,575. Which one did you?
85.
Yeah, I think go 1,580,000, okay?
80 or
Or, I'm
85?
sorry, 1,570,000. That
A million 575 or a million 570?
1,570,000.
Okay.
If that's okay with the seconder.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so are you done with your comments then?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I recall supporting this last year, but, Mr. Slager, I'm gonna tell you, even if the market did cool down, it's hard for me to believe that we get to the number PJ got to at the assessed value. There's a number there, it may not be that, but, I think there's some assessment there that's a little higher than that, so that's where I'm gonna be on it. Thanks.
Commissioner Friend?
Yeah, real quick, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Coder, so if there's I don't think I asked this last year, and this will be a learning experience. So if there's a protest in front of Turk, and you're waiting for a the Tax Equalization Review Committee's decision or a hearing in front of them, does the assessor's office usually, they factor that in to a determination when somebody's actually protesting that current year? But what about when they increase an assessment? So in other words, if somebody files a Turk protest, does that affect the assessor's office decision-making when they're assessing the property that particular year?
I'm not involved in that process, sir. Mr. Goodwill may have an answer for that, but I
My
don't
guess would be, and Mike, you can shake your head, my guess would be no. It doesn't have any impact. So if somebody's in front of Turk, it makes no difference at all. Here's the thing, do you guys know, either of you gentlemen know when you're gonna be in front of that 3-person board who's overworked?
I already appeared.
You did?
I appeared May 25th.
Now you're waiting for a ruling?
Yeah, but this was appealing the 2020.
All right.
And they consolidated the 2020 and 2021 appeals into one hearing. They told me it would be 2 to 3 weeks for a decision, and that was May 25th.
Okay. The reason I seconded that is not to, who cares why I seconded it? Look, there is last year, what I put myself through and put you guys through, and this year is proof positive, and I agree with Commissioner Borgeson. If we have a broken system, how do we expose it? Do we just sit there, do I come out every year and go, oh, you know what, it's a broken system? Nothing's gonna change. I'll guarantee in the next 360 days, if we do what we're doing here today, something will change. Because they're gonna go, in a kind manner, they're gonna go, Mike, you can't really do that anymore. And I'm gonna go, well, I will. I'll just keep following. I have a man crush on PJ, so I'm gonna just keep following that down that rabbit hole we keep talking about. And here's the thing, that affects change. We want change. If we think that this system is broken, if we think it's let's make a deal, if we think we're gonna do this every year, I'll guarantee the next type of discussions that I have will actually affect a little bit of change. Might not be the change that everybody wants, but if we think this is kind of broken, are we just gonna sit here and do this every year? What if, okay, we'll do it every year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
It's broken, and I apologize Mr. Schrader, it's not your fault. You're doing the right thing, and I hope you take the result, if you're not satisfied with it today, back to Turk and keep at it. Because by this time next year, I think that we have enough of a sentiment here to affect some change here, to maybe give you an equitable result. But it's messed up right now. And if this doesn't remind you of Let's Make a Deal, you've never watched Let's Make a Deal. Because we just went through, is it 1.75? Is it 1.97? Is it what? You know, oh my God. So this is not any reflection upon you. As a matter of fact, I commend you for your diligence and persistence. Keep at it. It's because if we treat you differently than we treated the ones that just came before you and the ones that just came after you, you kind of get to the some people are more equal than other people situation. And although this isn't perfect, it's the same. And everybody should be treated equally before this imperfect tribunal. And we should fix it. We should take the opportunity over the next year to affect some changes that I think we can all get behind, which would allow us to have a more informed policy discussion. Your valuation and the Turk decision will probably allow us to have some time to do that. And Turk will probably give you, you know, it sounds like what you want. So I apologize that you have to go to that extent. But this particular function at this particular board on this particular day is not functioning correctly, and it needs to be fixed before it inflicts further inequities on people. And so thanks for coming before us, and please continue to be as persistent as you have been, and we will try to get you a reasonable decision, but it might take us a year's time. That's all I have. Thank you.
And I do need to remind the board that I actually called a committee meeting for us to go over this over a year ago and laid out where we were, what we could potentially move to, and I got nothing. And so year after year, Commissioner Friend, you know, that's, again, it's not an easy system to fix, but I think that, again, we just have to make that decision. Are we going to sit as Board of Equalization every single day for 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 7 weeks, whatever it takes, to hear 4,000, 500, 6,000, hell, one year it was 10,000 protests that we heard. So is that what we want to do? Or, again, come up with something else? So I will, again, call us together, lickety-split after this, to see if we can come up with a solution so we aren't sitting here doing this again next year. With that, no other, Commissioner Kavanaugh, your last time?
I think that's a great idea. I think that we should engage in this more seriously this time around, so that we don't have this willy-nilly process. I too remember, as Commissioner Morgan pointed out, the days when my father would spend weeks and weeks entertaining Board of Equalization requests as a commissioner, because we are the Board of Equalization. And back scheduling this might be a partial solution. We engage the referees because we're not experts, with the exception of maybe Commissioner Morgan, and we need their expertise. That doesn't mean that we can't, you know, observe these over time rather than on some random Tuesday morning, because it's in statute, right at the deadline, and let's go and have a discussion that is not fair to anybody. So I think that this is a great opportunity, and it's in large part because of people like you that we're going to take a serious look at some reforms here real quick to make this a better thing. The idea that it's 1.8 million from the referees and the assessors, or it's 1.510 million from your assessed value in the Turk decision, or it's 1.570 million from the motion before us, is a classic example of how random this is. These are just, you know, numbers that we can't support in the amount of time that we have to discuss it. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to the taxpayers. And you know, frankly, it's not fair to the whole process. We need a rational process of reforms, and I think working together, we can make this better by this time next year. So again, thanks for taking the time. We apologize for the malfunction of this process, and I think we're dead set to fix it. Thank you.
With that, there are no other lights on this particular property. There is a motion before us for 22-00626 at 1,570,000. With that, please vote.
Not sure what happened. Matt, do you know what happened to the screen? Well, commissioners, I can't, if you haven't voted yet, please do.
It's stuck.
All right, well, Matt, all right, let's do a voice vote then. I apologize. I'm not sure what's going on. So again, the motion is to set the property's valuation at $1,570,000. Commissioner Boyle?
No.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
No.
Commissioner Friend?
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan? Commissioner Rogers?
No.
Madam Chair?
No.
Motion fails 2-4.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schrager. Anyone else wishing to speak to the Board of Equalization about a property? And before we begin the time, can you give me the property number, or protest number, sorry?
We'll start with protest number 22-03634.
036.
34.
Commissioners?
03634.
Commissioners, page 161, SRRT Orpheum LLC. It's kind of towards the bottom of the page on page 161.
Okay, I want you to clarify, because you said start with.
Yes, ma'am. Start with, I've got 10 of them.
Can you give us the numbers for all of them, please?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is. So the protest number, Commissioner, is, I'll start with 22-03640.
Is that on your PowerPoint? Are they all listed on?
Yes,
the
ma'am.
PowerPoint? Okay, then, I don't know if everybody has it, so go ahead and continue.
Okay, Sean Mullen, 120.
I mean, with the numbers.
Oh, with the numbers, I'm sorry.
If I may cut you off, Mr. Mullen. Madam Chair, do you want me to just read the page numbers as well as he goes
Yes.
through? So, Mr. Mullen, I got the 22-03634, but what was the other one you just did? Or if you-
03640.
That
03640.
That is page 177, Village Point Lodging LLC, page 177.
Then the next one,
03402.
03.
402.
That is page 39,
Okay.
CWG HQ LLC.
Okay. Next,
03640.
03640.
I think we
Yes.
just-
We
think
did that one.
Yep. Was that, Mr. Mullen, was that Village Point Lodging LLC, or were we looking for a different one?
Hold on.
No, he emailed it first thing this morning, I think. But I don't see the, I just on each one.
03643. 03643.
That is page 76, James D. Quinn. Page 76.
Okay.
00056.
That is page 172,
Okay.
TKA Properties. Page 172.
Okay.
03398.
Same page, also TKA Properties, page 172.
Okay.
Yes, yep, and same page, page 172.
03738.
03738.
38.
That is page 115, Mary Cullen. Page 115.
Okay.
03722.
That is page 32, Linden Estates property. Shenadu, I'm not gonna pronounce the last name right, but it's 808 North 133rd Street, page 32.
03733.
That's page 130, MRES MBC Holdings. Again, page 130.
I'll get one with you.
And the last one?
03969.
That is page 178, Waterloo Warehouse, page 178.
The last two are 03686.
That's, second here, page,
03686.
that's on page 106, Linden Park, or Linden Place LTD, page 106.
And 03687.
Right underneath that same page, page 106. Correct.
Go ahead.
We start with your, I guess, on 161.
We have, the first one he listed, yes, was 03634, page 161.
And that is Orpheum. Commissioner Morgan.
And I will give you the time when it hits a minute to wrap up
Thank you.
that property.
The first property is, hold on, we ready to go? First property is the Orpheum Tower. The county has valued the property at $14,005,100. We took this case to, it was valued on an income model, and we had taken this case to this property to Turk, received an opinion in 2021 that set the value at $11,840,000. And the basis for the valuation was on the income model. The county uses an income model that uses gross square footage of 141,752 square feet. Turk said that the gross square footage was not appropriate. that it needs to use a net leasable square footage of 96,819 square feet. And so if we ran the county's model with 96,819 square feet instead of 141,752 square feet, that drives a value of 9,565,717. So just apples to apples, the income model that the county used versus what Turk has kind of established as a standard for these kinds of properties, we've got a substantial valuation. There's a couple other things I'd like to point out here also. This property got sold in the fourth quarter of '21, and the buyer paid $14.7 million. I know a lot of times you look at these and you say, well, the sale price has to be taken into consideration. I just want you to be aware that there were two parcels that were included in this transaction. And I outlined here, it's the Orpheum Tower Apartments at parcel 0313870004 and a leasehold interest in the parking garage, which is adjacent to the Orpheum, which is on its own tax parcel. And that parcel is 0313888000. We just want to emphasize that the value of the Orpheum needs to be made on a standalone basis, and that's why we think the income model is appropriate. We're here to ask for notwithstanding the value that the income model drives, we're here to ask for a valuation of $13 million, which is effectively the gross purchase price of 14.7 less the value of the leasehold interest on the parking garage.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh and then Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you. Mr. Mullen, I actually lived in this place at one time. This is the apartments over the Orpheum Theater, right?
Yes, sir. It's the old, the building's 100 years old.
City National Bank building?
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So you have a Turk decision. Could you go back to that Turk page on your?
Sure.
I'm sorry, the next one, where it said Turk decided and there's a date, that one, okay. It says Turk issued an opinion on November 9th, 2021 that the value of the Orpheum Tower is 11.8.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's what you're valued at now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your request is 13, right?
Yes, sir.
And the point that the recommended value is at 14. So we're basically, you're at 13 and the recommendation is at 14. Am I
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Ed, I don't know if our referees have any particular knowledge of this, but I'd like to give them the opportunity to state what our position is.
I'm gonna have to minimize this.
Is there a Turk case pending on this property?
I am pretty sure there's a 21 Turk cases pending.
Okay. I think you mentioned that we have a policy on pending Turk cases, kind of on one of the previous properties. Is that right? Sorry.
Chris Musto, BOE Coordinator, 1011 South 78th Street, Omaha, Nebraska.
Okay. So do you have any particular knowledge on this particular property?
The knowledge and understanding that the building over the Orpheum Theater of roughly 126 units, I believe, and some commercial with the adjacent parking, which is not owned but is leased by the Orpheum Tower for the convenience of providing parking for their tenants. Do you have a specific question you'd like me to address?
Well,
Whether
when
it
I
be
say
the earlier
specific knowledge, did you hear this protest?
I coordinated it, looked at it after it had been heard. I've got the comments from the referee, and
Okay,
I've
could you
reviewed that
briefly
as
get-
well as the additional information.
That's great. Recap for us the position that you and the referees arrived at.
Okay. Well, the notes that I have specific to here that were provided by the referee and some information, I believe, from the appraisal and specifically to the parking garage. The estimated contributory value of this leasehold is estimated to be between 1.5 and 2.2 based on income less expenses capitalized at 6 to 7.5%. I mean, I'm not sure what, it doesn't give us a specific number. It gives us a range, but the specific comments, okay, go all the way there. As provided by the referee, the taxpayer represented as provided an appraisal from 2019, so it wasn't a current appraisal, and sometimes some weight can be given to something more recent than the current year, which was reviewed. On page 8, it stated leasehold is estimated between 1.5 and the 2.2 based on the income. No calculations were presented in the appraisal from the 19, only the statement. This analysis is included in the work file and was basis for the adjustment in the sales comparison approach. It's interesting, with the income approach, no expense item was found for the $18,000 ground lease parking garage. No information supporting a change in values found in the appraisal. They just felt insufficient because, again, we see some of these and maybe there's a couple gaps. I'm not saying that if you couldn't fill in the gaps, you wouldn't have the opportunity, but without filling in those gaps, to make just a leap of faith.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morgan?
Let me be sure I understand this. I think the value is $14,005,000 by the assessor.
Correct.
And you're telling me in 21, Turk recommended that value be 11 million.
Correct.
Some dollars.
Correct.
So going to Turk, you got to reduce to 11 million.
Yes.
And now you're asking us to put it to 13 million.
What I'm saying is that the methodology that we went through at Turk would drive a value of 9.6. We're giving a little bit of weight, or more than a little bit of weight, to the recent sale.
So is it 13 million you're requesting?
Yes, sir.
Now I say to my fellow commissioners, so they went to Turk, which we've told people to do. They got it to 11 million a year ago. They're here asking us to put it to 13 million.
Correct.
Which seems like you're not asking us to put it to the 11.
Or the 9.5.
Yeah, or the 9.5. So I'd make a motion that we follow what you achieved at Turk, if that's accurate information, unless somebody can tell me it's not. I'd make that motion and see that it should be justified.
I just want to clarify, if I may, it's 3.2 million. On the paper, it says you're asking for 3.2 million.
I don't
On
think.
page, the last page of the PowerPoint for this property. Says this means the value of the Orpheum itself should be no more than $3.2 million. I mean, $13.2 million.
That's what the PowerPoint says. Our request is 13 million.
Okay, any
And,
other?
and just to be clear, Commissioner, that reduction, notwithstanding what the appraiser said here, and he's very competent, that just reflects the taxable value that's on the parking garage.
Right. So did you have any further comments, Commissioner
No,
Morgan?
not at this time.
No, other lights? There is a motion on the floor for reducing this to 13 million. Is there flat? Mhm. All right, Commissioner Friend?
Gentlemen, when was the Turk hearing completed again?
It was completed in '21, and the opinion was, I think, May of '21. I'm sorry, we've got a copy of the opinion up here, if you want to take a look at it.
Okay. Without providing a rubber stamp to Commissioner Morgan, I believe that I'm lacking a little bit of context here. So this doesn't seem egregious, but there's a lack of data that would indicate, and maybe if we had more time to study what Turk did and why they did it, I'd be a little bit more comfortable reducing this. But I guess let's just say that I took a tact that said, for the life of me, I don't understand, like the last incident that we dealt with, why we have such a massive void in clarity. I'm not sure I can get there with this. I would almost echo what Commissioner Kavanaugh said earlier to a degree. I'd almost need a few days to dig through this Turk ruling and get some context. So the other thing is I don't know where the votes sit here to move this, but if Mr. Goodwillie does have a comment in regard to my line of thinking there.
Yeah, Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds. It might help to add some context to that Turk ruling. What tax year was that for? I think Chris Musto mentioned that the appraisal that was done was for 2019, 3 years ago. If the Turk opinion was for tax year 2018 or 2019, then you're talking about, we're 3 years on from that, and whether that makes a difference in terms of what would be reflected in the market value for that property. Because there's always a lag, right? They file their appeal, the Turk takes its sweet time, and they issue their opinion 2 or 3 years later. The market can move in that instance. I don't know if it has here. I'm just saying from the context of understanding what the Turk did and why they did it, that may be several years out of date, is the only comment I would care to make. Thanks.
Okay. That helps. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, no other lights. There was a motion, but not a second, so the motion dies for lack of a second. So we'll move on to 03640 on page 177.
This property is it's related to the Aloft Hotel on 180 First and Dodge, south of Dodge.
Can you start the clock, please?
For some unknown reason, the Aloft Hotel is a 5-story building, and 4 stories are on one tax parcel, and the 5th floor is on a separate parcel. There's a reference to a condo, but this is not a condo. There's no condominium regime on this thing. This is really the 5th floor on a 5-story building. The history on this building, it was completed just prior to COVID in 2020, had shut down immediately, kind of worked through the COVID with all the hotel issues that everybody had. And then it was the victim of the Derecho storm on July 10th of 2021. If I can give you a reference point, the Senior Open was in Omaha that weekend at Omaha Country Club. And if you recall, if you woke up on that Saturday morning, all the Omaha Country Club guys were out cutting down trees so they could continue the tournament. That's the storm I'm talking about. It had straight line winds, tornado, type winds, powers out, all that kind of stuff. It inflicted damage on this building It lifted the roof off the top of the thing. It didn't peel, and what that did is it set off the sprinkler system internally, and water ran inside. So here we are, August of '22. The property itself is still in a rehab construction mode. The county took value, I mean, they took notice of this, and they dropped the value of the hotel to $3,808,000. That's $30 a square foot. The 5th floor, which is the only parcel we're talking about here, and that is the subject of this appeal, is valued at $1,707,000, or $85 a square foot. Our position is that, and now the 5th floor has 20% of it that has been finished by one of the owners. He uses it as an apartment. But this is a building with no elevator, full of 2x4s. And we've got photos in here. This is what the 5th floor looks like, right here. There's nothing there. Keep on.
Current.
That's current. Well, that's current. Correct. Let's go to the next one. These are the pictures of the hotel, all under construction. If you drove by today, there's scaffolding outside, and all you see is 2x4s in the windows. Our request is that so what the county has done on that 5th floor, they valued the finished property at the finished square footage, about 4,000 feet, at $109 a square foot on a cost model. We don't have any problem with that. All the other property, we request a value of $30 a foot on the balance, because that's the value of the rest of the building. And so we're requesting a value on this parcel of $480,000 for the finished property, $436,000 for the unfinished property, which is a total of $916,000. And the current value is $1,707,500.
All right. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Mr. Mullen, I must say, you are making cogent arguments on behalf of your clients doing
I wouldn't want to waste your time, Commissioner.
You're not, believe me. I am interested in this particular property because it raises a couple of questions. This 5th floor is a private residence, is that correct?
The 5th floor is 20,000 square feet, and they've got it broken down into roughly, there's no segregated space. 4,000 of it has been finished by one of the owners in the property as an apartment.
Okay.
And the county valued that at $109 a square foot. We're not arguing with that.
Okay. So this storm in 21, and I remember that, did a lot of damage to this property. There was insurance on the property, I presume, paid off on the storm damage.
I think they have it insured.
Okay.
I'm sure they did, yeah.
And as a result, there's repairs ongoing, apparently, underway. Right?
Correct.
It's not like the property is sitting there in dilapidated.
No, but it's not operable.
And it is at some point, and I've dealt with, believe me, construction on property that I've owned is always twice as long, 3 times as much, or vice versa. But at some point, this is going to be back to at least as good as it was, hopefully, right?
We hope.
Yeah.
That's the expectation. I don't know.
Right. But it's been out of commission for a period of reconstruction. Okay. And this, you say, is not a condo? It's
No.
more like, is it like an apartment complex?
It's in the condominium context, there should be a condominium regime that's on file. And if, for example, you were going to buy a condo, you would receive a deed in exchange for your consideration. That doesn't exist here. So whoever calls it a condo, it's not a condo. It's 20,000 square feet, 4,000 of which are finished, and the other 16 looks like those pictures I showed you.
Right. But say that 4,000 that's finished, that person is just renting like on a renter basis.
I don't think he's renting. I think he's one of the owners of the property. That's what I've been told.
Okay. All right, I'd like to hear from our referees on this real quick. briefly, and then this is going to be wash, rinse, and repeat, kind of what you've done before. Give us the conclusions.
Let
that-
Dan pull this up quickly. Thank you.
You want to put your name in the record there
Yeah,
real quick.
Chris Musto, Board of Equalization Coordinator, 1011 South 78th Street, Omaha, Nebraska.
And did you personally entertain this protest?
Again, we have a group of referees that have the opportunity to do the hearings. Once they have done their work, I review that as the coordinator.
Oh, I see. So you don't personally sit on any of them?
I do not sit in on the hearings.
I apologize for asking that continuing question. Could you give us the conclusion that you and the
Start the clock again, please.
referees reached?
Okay, let me go quickly back to the, okay, appears.
There's a conclusion part down at the end
Yep,
there.
nope.
There you go.
Gotcha. From the referee, tax representative would like the condo assessed at the same price as the hotel. Currently, for the condos are valued at 60% for lack of interior finish. The fifth is valued at 100% as interior is complete. Also, it is reported a storm has damaged the structure, and reviewing the information presented by the tax representative and the county assessor, I feel insufficient information to support a change in the value. Now, I go back down and I concur with this. I did notice that there is a partial placed on the units, appears reasonable based on the assessor inspection. I don't have enough detail to change what they have. So we're there between the information we have. I can't answer to the condominium regime. That seems to be a legal question entity.
Absolutely. Mr. Mullen, would you, if you did not get your requested value on this, anticipate that you would have a Turk appeal from this decision?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Morgan?
So this 5-story building does not have an elevator
It does not have an operating elevator.
right now.
Correct.
And the pictures you showed us were right now, as you said earlier.
Yes.
So we know it's not finished, and it is partial, and that's why it seems to be a little bit unfair. And if Turk was something where you could get it done in 6 months, yeah, but you wait 2 years or more to go there. And I believe that his pictures are accurate, because that's all we have. And to me, I think we should consider, what is your exact request that put it at?
Our request is to break it up into two pieces. The finished square footage on the 5th floor, we accept the county's valuation, which is for $436,000.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 436. We want a value of 480 on the unfinished, which is the same square foot value that the county's put on the other 4 floors.
Now to me, and I'm just common sense, that seems like it's fair. I mean, what you're requesting. So I'd make the motion that we go forward with your request.
If I may ask for clarification, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mullen, for this parcel, the whole value, I know you talked about the finished and the unfinished, but you're requesting for the total value of this parcel, $916,000?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
That's 960.
916.
from 1717500. All right. There is a motion and a second to reduce 2203640 from 1,717,500 to 916,000. Any further questions or comments? Please vote. Oh, sorry, Commissioner.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, this speaks, the last one didn't, this speaks to the functionality currently. Folks, the reason that my decision-making and the practical nature of the building and the land. Right now, what's happening, forget about the pandemic for a second. Let's just talk about the damage and let's talk about what's actually going on there right now. What should this be taxed at right now? Next year, we'll have a different discussion, probably. 2 years from now, we'll have a different discussion. If this doesn't happen, it's going to Turk. I think this speaks of fairness. I agree with that, so that's why I seconded it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And the only question I have, is this new information from what you took when you went through Board of Equalization?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay, there is a motion and a second. No other lights. Please vote.
And voting Commissioner Rogers is absent right now. Motion fails 2-3. Commissioners Friend and Morgan voting yes, other commissioners voting no.
All right, we'll move to 2203-402, and that is on page 39. And this is CWG HQ LLC Carson Wealth Group. And 402. And before we start the lights, Dan, can you just call it up so it's ready? Or is that going to mess up him doing his PowerPoint?
Danish kind of clear. I mean, it'll take some time, but I can just pull it. I can just get ours ready and then pull his right back up.
Okay,
So,
that
yeah.
way we don't have to worry about lights.
Sure. And I apologize. What was the protest number on this one again?
2203-402. 03402.
All right, thanks.
Mine, that thing must not have printed everything. Because I don't have any back. Oh, okay.
What's this one called?
Carson Wealth Group. Commercial West Farm replat, CWG
Fourth one down.
HQ LLC. Yep,
24 million.
yep. No, 22. It
I think it was
it was
24.
reduced to 22,344,800.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Was-
Yep. Okay, go ahead and start the clock.
This is the Carson building out in the West Farm, about 146th and Dodge. That's was under construction in 20 and partial part of 21. The building's still not complete. It's partially complete. The building's not stabilized. The county is valuing this thing on a percent completion. Go to the next page. Go one more. Okay. This is there's 3 buildings here, and 2 that we're going to talk about that are not complete. And building 1, this first slide, building 1, this is the 3rd and 4th floor. Okay, there's nothing there. There are no improvements. There's no ceiling. Let's go to the next one. This is building 2, 1st, 2nd, and 4th floor. So, and these are all time stamped, February 15th. J.E. Dunn is the contractor out there, and they provided these pictures. Okay, go to the next one. Okay, now go back to the. So the county is has got is valuing these things 100% complete at $26,674,300. They then break them down between the 3 buildings, and there's a percent complete. They say building 1 is 100% complete. I just showed you that it's not. They said building 2 is 80% complete. I just showed you that it's not. And building 3, they said, is 100% complete, which we will acknowledge. So the actual value, we've got 80% complete using the county's value of completed value of $15,031,700, it's 80% complete. That drives the value of $12,025,360. And on the second building, which is 60% complete, it drives a value of $6,077,520. Building 3 is unchanged. We're here today to ask for a value of $19,616,280 based on the percent complete that the county uses. They've chosen to, and we provided them these pictures, and they choose to ignore the fact that apparently their numbers don't reflect the fact that they don't reflect the pictures that they see where those spaces are empty.
Okay. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
So the current valuation, if I see this correctly, or the valuation that they're recommending is $22,344,800.
That's the Board of Equalization's recommendation.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's down from this.
24,648, 460.
Which is down from the 26,674, 300.
Well, I'm not sure it was ever 26. That's the finished value.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And I haven't had a chance to look this up on my Google's map, but what is this?
It's an office building. These guys put up about 180,000 square feet of space, and they put the Carson Group in there. They're taking part of it, and the rest of it is right now substantially empty. J.E. Dunn, who's the contractor, has taken a floor and not really built it out.
How many floors are there?
There's 5.
And it's 2 5-story structures?
Yes, sir.
Both office, not a parking and an office?
No, both parking, both office.
Okay. And I should know this, but where is 146 in Branch?
Well, you know where Boys Town is, or it used to be?
Yeah.
It's
part of that new Boys Town development?
Yes, it's the Heartland Preserve, the farm that goes by a couple different names. Yeah, right on Dodge Street.
Okay, great. Thank you. Could we hear from the referee real briefly on this? Thank you.
Chris Musto, Commercial Coordinator for the Board of Equalization, 1011 South 78th Street, Omaha, Nebraska.
Dan, can you pull up his?
Chris, we're going to do the same thing, okay? Yeah.
So, all right, just 1 second here.
Okay, just a minute. Hang on. Nope.
Approximately 180,000.
Okay, this referee had a little more to say on this one, has an attachment. Let me get back to that. Here it is. Okay, the property under protest is newly constructed office building in West Omaha. The tax representative has provided information that the property is still in a lease-up stage. Portions of the building are essentially a vanilla shell waiting for interior build-out. Of the total area, 184,930 square feet, portions of buildings 1 and 2 have vacant floors with no interior finish. Per the tax representative, building 1 has 34,738 square feet and building 2 has 51,553 square feet with no interior finish. And then the assessor has reduced the building 2 by 20% for lack of interior finish and 0% adjustment for building 1. Tax representative has requested building 1 be reduced to 33% and building 2 be reduced to 75%, of which the assessor has already reduced by 20%. I recommend the values be reduced recommend the values to be reduced based on a lack of some interior finish and removing an estimate of land value to calculate a building reduction, a breakdown as follows. And then for buildings 1, 2, and 3, we have made that adjustment. The referee made that adjustment of reducing the percentage of the building finished, but first reducing the land value from the full value because the land value would not be reduced by that percentage of finish. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that it, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
That's it.
Commissioner Morgan?
So if I calculated it correctly, your building's valued at approximately this new number, 22 million, at about I think it's around $126 a foot, 120, call it, if I'm correct.
That's the math I get. That's correct.
Okay.
But that's based on a 60% completion.
Right, I
Right.
know, I'm just saying, so I'm gonna give you facts again. And I know we don't care about facts. What I have trouble with is we got a vacant building, and we got it valued at 120 some bucks. It's on the south side of Dodge at 144th. So I'm gonna take Regency, which is a great area, or 90th and Dodge, whatever you want, office buildings. Every one of them has a sign on it. I can show you spaces that have been vacant 3 years. I'm not even going to 120th and Blondo, where one of the buildings there is 59,000 vacant. Those buildings are valued completed at $85 with tenants in them per square foot. And here you're paying 120 some dollars a foot, and it's not completed, and it doesn't have somebody in it. And the last one we heard on the motel, or the hotel, or 5-story, that floor unfinished is more than the other part that's finished. And yet I'm the only idiot up here, and I continue to vote that doesn't seem fair to me. What we are is a board of equalization. And if I'm showing you buildings that are in Regency or 90th and Dodge, or 94th and Dodge, where you can rent the whole top floor, which is vacant, and I'm not involved in any of those buildings that I'm talking about, it doesn't make sense to me. And it's just common sense. It'd be like living next door to you, and they've got my house valued at $150 a foot. Yours is destroyed inside, no one can live in it, and you're at $200 a foot. I mean, there's something wrong in equalization. And we're not here playing make a deal. We're here giving facts that someone can question. I'm not giving you an office building that's in a flooded area. I'm giving you good office buildings, and I don't get it. So it'd be very easy for me to, again, make a foolish motion that really doesn't matter what the facts are. We're gonna leave it where it is at 120 bucks a foot. You know, it's really disappointing to me because we have that responsibility to do what we think. And when I show you that at 10810 Farnham, a vacant building, all completed inside, sold for 20 some dollars a foot in the last 3 weeks in an auction, not a arm's length totally. And we're valuing this at 120 some bucks. And I can guarantee if this building went to auction vacant without any leases, it might sell for 40 bucks a foot because you'd have to finish it and do some other things. So that's why I'm coming up with trying to work with
1
you.
minute.
That's all.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gentlemen, so the last set of pictures we saw were from February. Can you tell me where the construction has there been significant construction enhancements or changes since that time that would indicate you can avoid...
Commissioner, they haven't signed one lease in 2022.
Okay, so the functionality is different than the practical nature of what they're actually going to be doing with the building going out another 6 months, right? I mean, when is this, when are they scheduled from a construction standpoint to actually move into this building?
Well, they're to the point where there's one tenant that is in the building, but there's another 80,000 feet that's empty that will only get completed. And contrary to what the referee says, it's not in a vanilla shell. I showed you pictures. It's a cement floor, exposed ceiling, no drywall.
Right, and that was my point, Mr. Mullen, just briefly. Those photos and those shells were shown from February. These guys haven't been standing around looking at each other since February. I guess my point is, and maybe it's overly simplistic, where are we at now? How quickly can Carson Wealth move their personnel into this building? When are they going to do it?
Carson Wealth is already in there, Commissioner. They're
going to lease the rest
They're
of
in
the-
the 60,000 feet. It's
right.
the balance of the square feet that nobody's working because there's no lease to work on.
My thing is, the only hesitation I have to following this train of thought is to change this would be, are you reducing a certain amount of sticker shock going into 2023 because the valuation is going to go up? What Commissioner Morgan's right, maybe it's overvalued, but I'll guarantee when that building, if that building is at capacity, we have people, let's just say in a perfect world, it's at capacity. The assessor is going to come in and go exactly what they're saying now, if not more. So are you reducing sticker shock by making an incremental change and them reducing it down to 22 million? See where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I don't think we are because the county's given us a complete valuation, and we're just working on a percentage.
All right.
So we know where we're going to be at the end of the road. All this does is help the building owner get from here to that point without having an extra $100,000 or $200,000 drag on his cash flow for taxes on a building that is sitting empty and it's unfinished.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mullen.
Sure.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Commissioner Morgan?
And what's important here, and we heard it earlier on other situations, we're valuing it as of January. And we know as of January, even though we took pictures recently, it wasn't completed. It still isn't completed. So that's where we are.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I'll ask the question because facts do matter, in my opinion, as well. Were these facts that you've presented today presented to Board of Equalization referee?
I think generally I'd say yes, but I hadn't read these comments. Something might have gotten a little bit lost in translation. The message that did get through is that we've got almost 100,000 square feet out of a 180,000 square foot building that's unfinished.
And there's an adjustment made for that. So okay. So again, this is 2203-402, and the request is to be, right now it's at 22,344,800 million, which, if this number's correct, 19,616,280 is the request. Okay? Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Just, Chris, is there anything
You know what, we're given the information from the assessor, we're given the information from the protester that was looked at. In the real world, this would probably be valued differently in that you would value the property as complete and discount it for the time that it would take to lease it up and it's again more complicated, but given the assessors working with a mass valuation, they're looking at things and maybe trying to simplify it based on the finish in the building. I think that the referee gave credence to what the protester provided, and I also agree with them that you wouldn't discount the land value.
Right. These are based on hard facts. that
Correct,
you
in
and the
this one.
referees entertained to come to this conclusion. You didn't just make this up. These are based on the facts that you interpreted as experts.
We did not make it up, no. You
Yeah.
are correct.
Great, thanks. That's all.
Okay. No other lights or comments? There is a motion by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Friend, if I remember correctly. Did you? Yeah. All right, please vote.
To place it at 19,616.
No, million.
Million, 19,616.
Now you guys got me doing
I
it.
know.
All right, 19,616,280.
Right,
Okay, give us one moment and we'll get that up.
okay.
No.
Okay, thank you. Motion fails 2-3. Commissioners Friend and Morgan voting yes, all others voting no.
So the next one is 2203-643.
No, I have to tell the board, I feel bad for wasting your time, so I'm going to skip through a couple of these.
So we're not doing
No,
03643?
no, we're going to go to 3738.
And so that takes out 0056
Yeah, we'll go to Turk on the rest of those.
and 03398. And 03738 is on page 115.
This is Mary Cullen.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to waste your time. Yeah.
So Mary Cullen, again, 2203738 on page 115.
Norman, I'll pull it up here for Chris. Is it A-N or E-N?
A-N.
Mhm.
And it's the one on Dodge.
Okay.
This property is a personal residence at 9301 West Dodge. The county, the Board of Equalization is proposing a value of $834,000, all to the land, $6.27 a square foot. We had this, I was here last year and presented this, and we protested last year asking for equalization with the Schlossberg property that's on the hard corner of 96th and Dodge, which I've attached here too, that is valued at $500,000 or $3.27 a square foot. In our argument that the Schlossberg property is, it might not be comparable to ours because it's a lot better than ours. They've got access from 96 and from Dodge. And the Cullen property, you can only access if you're going east on Dodge Street. So the taxpayer requests the valuation that the county board gave us a year ago of $435,600 or $3.27 a square foot, which would equalize it with the Schlossberg property on the corner of 96th and Dodge.
I do just need to make a clarification in our book. This property, you have the board as proposing a value of $834,000, and this says $890,200. $890,200. So I
Noted.
just want to make sure we're, again, have the right facts that we're looking at.
Okay, so it's 894?
No, 890-200. No, but he said in his comments that the Board of Equalization is proposing 834. That's not what our book says.
Yeah, Commissioner Mullen, or Commissioner Mullen, Mr. Mullen, the confusion is Mary Cullen does have another property that's being valued at $834,000, but this specific one at 9301 West Dodge Road is $890,200.
Okay, then it's worse than I initially represented. So we're probably at, $6.75 a square foot, and the guy across the street is at $3.27.
Okay. Commissioner Morgan?
Wanted to be first, Commissioner Kavanaugh. This one I can remember like it was yesterday. You were here last year. And I say to my colleagues, here's the fact. You're at 93rd and Dodge. It's not zoned commercial. It has a big cross on the house. It's sitting vacant. And you correct me about that so I don't end up in trouble with my colleagues. Okay? I have not talked to Mary Cullen in probably 30 years when her husband was going to Creighton and became a doctor and an attorney, and it's unfortunately passed. Across the street, the property you're referring to that's half the amount is zoned commercial. You can build an office building or whatever. More importantly, you can drive out onto 96th Street. Her property, you can only drive out onto Dodge and go east, and it's not commercial, period. The second thing is when you pull out onto Dodge there, the cars are coming over the hill at about 60 to 70 because I go that way to work every day off the interstate and then head east to 90th. I mean, again, and I sound like a broken record and I know you're sick of me, but the fact is, how can it be worth twice the assessed amount if we're supposed to be a Board of Equalization? If somebody can please help me to understand, I don't care who it is, one of the deputies, I'd be most appreciative because I know everyone's tired of me, but I'm for equalization. And if the other property's not zoned commercial and hers is and it's on the corner, I understand. It's totally the opposite. If the assessor can tell me how they justify that, I'd like to know. It doesn't make sense. And to me, it ought to be at 327. And I think, didn't we reduce it last year, Mr. Mullen?
Yes, to the 327 per square foot, which was 435,600.
So we did that.
Yes.
So here you have to come back again, and I don't think, I think you're paid around $18 an hour or something for your work, Mike Cullen.
Correct.
But you have to come back again, and I'll make the motion again this year. Why? There hasn't been any improvements. It's still the same. They haven't zoned it commercial or anything else. It's just totally unfair. And to continue this process is so unfair to the taxpayers, and I really respect and understand why you withdrew some of the others. I mean, facts don't matter.
Is that all?
That's more than enough.
Okay. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. And I too remember this. I know Mary Cullen, her husband, and I went to the same college, and he was a great guy and a great lawyer. I haven't seen her in some time, but I remember this case from last year where we reset it at the 435,600 point. And I go by it, not every day, but a lot. And it's in my district, and I'm familiar with it. I knew the people who lived there years ago. So the ask that you're putting to us today is return it to the value that we determined for it last year. There hasn't been any Turk activity or anything on this. It's just 1 year later at the previous to our action last year number.
Yes, which equalizes this with the property across the street. And there's no Turk activity on this.
Well, across the street is not, this is a neighborhood. Across the street's a bunch of office buildings and
Well,
apartments.
it's
That's
not equalized.
It's not the same. That's commercial property, this is residential property. I'm familiar with that corner, and it's a big difference between north of Dodge and south of Dodge. That said, I'd like to hear from our referees on how we get to the number that they're recommending. Mr. Coder.
Oh.
This is the vacant one, right, Sean, where the house got torn down?
It hasn't been torn down, but it's got zero value.
Okay.
It's got holes in the roof.
Gotcha, okay.
All right, so I just got you to that.
Rick Coder, 5621 North 141st Circle, Certified General Appraiser, Coordinator for the residential properties in Douglas County. Just to clarify, this property, there's an old house on it apparently, which has got no value. The assessor's notes indicated they couldn't even get back there. There's lock gates and stuff, but I think
I'm sorry,
everybody
say
said
that last part again?
there's a lock gate on that property, and the assessor said they couldn't even get back there to inspect
Oh,
the
I see.
property, but I think everybody is in agreement, there's no value there. So we're just talking about land, not a residential property per se. My impression on this was A, this stuff's all too cheap, both parcels are, and B, these are not competitive properties. The commercial one and the residential one are not synonymous, they're not the same. You can't equalize to an unequal property.
So this is a big, I don't know, double, triple lot, even for that neighborhood, which has got some substantial lots on it.
Right.
If you were to break this down, and I don't know if you've got it by, it's an acre or 2 acres or whatever, what's the value? You're saying that the structures have no value, so what's the acre value of that land?
Well, you've got some, I'm sorry, I don't have in my mind the numbers, but you've got some sales out there. The big parcels, they split, the Witherspoon property, the Thiessen property, those have been things they split up and sold multi-acre properties out there, parcels for residential use, in the recent history. And I don't have numbers, I'm sorry, but do you know what those sold for, Commissioner? $500,000, $1 million, those lots, and Willie's property and Witherspoon property?
Okay.
They got good money.
And what is the extent of the lot? Can you tell us from this information?
How big it is?
Because, I mean, this is gonna tell us that amount of land goes for that amount of dollars in that neighborhood.
Commissioner, while Mr. Coder's doing that, according to the assessor's website, it's 3.05 acres.
Okay.
So you got your 3 nice big home sites out there.
Right. No, it's an acreage.
Yeah.
Right. So the position, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but tell me if this is right.
1 minute.
Is that 3.05 acres is worth roughly $890,000.
Well, probably more than that if you put a sign. You put a sign in the yard, try to sell it, probably more than that. But I think that is certainly an equitable valuation on it. It's going to cost you a little bit to tear it down and access and some things, but I don't find that to be egregious at all as far as that parcel and that location.
And this is zoned residential.
Correct.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morgan?
And Mr. Calder, I really respect you, and as I said in the beginning, I really thank the referees for the job they do and understand they have a tough job. The only thing I'd say about that, when it's been vacant for, 10 years, all I can say is it'd be nice, and I think it's probably longer than that, Mary Cullen might come here herself. I don't think you could sell it for 3 lots, because I'm not sure who'd want to live where they have to pull out onto Dodge. That's the only way. Now, if it backed up to Capitol or something like that, I'd agree with you. You could sell a lot for $400,000, but there's only one way in and one way out. And the only way in is to be sure you're making a right turn, which would be to the south, if you're coming eastbound into this property. There aren't any other roads to get into it. And that's where I have the problem, that I don't think anyone would want to live right on Dodge Street, especially if they had a family, because if you want to go out on your bicycle or whatever, there isn't even a sidewalk right there. It's pretty difficult.
Commissioner, I'm not a developer, and I've seen developers do interesting things with parcels as you have. And what they could do or not do, I don't know. That's outside of my expertise area. But that is a nice chunk of ground at a major thoroughfare in Omaha, Nebraska.
All right. With that, again, there is a motion on the floor for 03738 at 9301 West Dodge, currently at 890,200, and your motion was to take it back to
Exactly what it was
Yeah.
last
oh,
year.
435,600?
Correct.
Yes. That's what we did a year ago right now as a board of equalization.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Please. Yeah, there was a motion and a second. Yep. Please vote.
Motion fails 2-3. Commissioners Friend and Morgan voting yes, all their commissioners voting no.
All right, next one is 03722 on page 32. And this is a residential property again. Nudu Igbokwe? Igbokwe? And it is currently...
Page 32, Commissioner Morgan.
It's kind of down towards the middle end part. 1,194,200 is the current recommended value on this property. Go ahead.
Why don't you pull it up, pull up the picture. This is a house that was under construction, 1231. I was over there yesterday. It's still not finished. The county's got a value on here of $1,194,200. I want to, and they used a percent complete, like they did kind of on the building, which I don't know if that's material fact matters or not. It appears that maybe it doesn't. Once you go to these are the two next door neighbors, okay? 818 North 133rd. The Board of Equalization took this down from about $1.9 million and is proposing right now to drop to value it at $1,335,000. 13320, originally valued by the Board of Equalization, just knocked it down to $1,089,900. Here's the house on the other side of him. Was about $1.7 million. They drop it down to $1.2 million. This guy's at $1.2 million. He's not done. They've got a methodology in Linden Park where they came up with a value. They put a neighborhood adjustment of 8.2%. Then they put a wind-built adjustment of 190%. So that multiplier comes out to be 205%. Okay, they get the value, then they put 205% on top of it. It's just nuts. So the Board of Equalization must have figured that out and adjusted the neighbors. They got the same valuation on this guy. They didn't adjust his. And they got these adjustments for neighborhood adjustment and a wind-built adjustment. It's not built. Don't think it's appropriate. This guy's got $875,000 into the deal, into the house construction as of the end of the year, and that's what we're asking for.
All right, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. So those photos and the information here is as of the first of the year, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Has it been completed in the last 8 months?
This house?
Yeah.
I was in it yesterday, no.
No. But that's a January photo that we're looking at.
You're looking at a January 1 photo, right there.
Are they gonna get in this year?
Based on what I saw, it's always the last 5 yards is the hardest.
Right.
I don't know. I would think probably by the end of the year. And I would expect a full valuation at 12/31 of '22. But he's already at full valuation compared to his neighbors.
I hear you. Okay, could we hear from the referees, please?
Can you pause the clock until we pull up this?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Rick Coder, 5621 North 141st Circle. I did talk to Mr. Mullen when he came in initially for the hearing. I also passed this on to one of our more experienced referees, and the other coordinator also signed off on it. So we have a lot of eyeballs on this one.
So what have we got there, Mr. Coder, on the recommendation paragraph? I can't see that from here.
I will say that I do concur to an extent with Mr. Mullen. We found some inconsistent valuation process in Linden Estates this year. And it seemed to cut off something to do with how old the houses are. And we've had a couple of real good guys that spent some time on that. And I think we kind of got it down. As I'm reading this, where it is now, the issue seems to be more of the percent of completion at the time as opposed to a kind of final valuation on it. And I don't know where we got this number as far as the valuation completion on it.
So what does it say there in the conclusion part?
Well, the referee, who's excellent, said the representative should continue the dialogue with the assessor's office and provide evidence as to the stage of completion. Apparently, we didn't get anything. He walked us, said we're this complete, and wanted an adjustment made on that, and we will typically want some kind of substantiation on that.
These inconsistencies, I think you said, in that Linden Estates area that you indicated, those weren't inconsistencies by the Board of Equalization.
No, sir. We did our darndest to catch them.
Yeah. But you were finding them as a result of the inconsistencies were the numbers provided to you by the assessors?
Correct.
Thank you. Anything else you'd like to add?
That's all I've got on this one.
Thank you.
Is that it, Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Kavanaugh, were your comments done?
Oh, I'm done, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mullen, repeat again, what do you want to reduce it to if you had your?
The taxpayer's cost in the house at that point in time, which is $870,000.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
My request for valuation is equal to $870,000, which is the taxpayer's cost expended on the house as of 1/1 of '21.
$870,000.
Correct.
There's been
Okay, just a minute, Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Well, that's all right. So my experiences vary over my 60 years, and for about the first 10 or 12 years, they weren't that significant. But after a certain period of time, especially over the last 3.5 years, I've gotten to understand how we actually insure a building, a residence like this. And there's a line of demarcation. Doesn't matter what insurance company it is, they're going to insure it for the current value of that home. The issue that I have with this one is I'm not even sure what he's insuring this building at, but if he's still got a construction policy on it, common sense would dictate, why is he getting taxed at the same amount? I know they're not totally akin, but why is he getting taxed at the same amount that his neighbors are when A, he's not even inhabiting the home, there's no functionality yet, currently, the practical nature of the building and the land right now are construction-based. That's how we would insure it. If I had an opportunity to talk to this gentleman and he was actually interested in my insurance product, there is a line of demarcation, and I'm not even sure we're there yet. I'd have to go out and look at it. But as of January 1, we were not. Commissioner Morgan made a really good point. You go back to that point, and that's what you're valuating that property on. I make a motion to actually, I would sum it up by saying I'd make a motion to actually go, to drop this to $870,000 and hope this guy doesn't get some sticker shock in 2023, so.
I feel like I owe you a second, so I'll give you a second.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Were you done with your comment?
I am, thank you, Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Morgan?
Well, again, it's real easy to make them second because, again, what we're talking about, and it's equalization. And this is more than fair as of January, and it's still not completed. So that's it. We'll see what happens.
Commissioner Boyle?
Yeah, so I just have a question for Mr. Coder too. So based on the inconsistencies between the assessor and the referees, do you think $870,000 is appropriate? If you think it's 80% complete, that would be like $955,000.
At this stage of the game, that sounds reasonable to me, Commissioner,
Okay,
yes.
that's all I know.
Were you done, Commissioner
I
Boyle?
am.
Commissioner Morgan?
I want to thank Mr. Calder again.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, we do have a motion on the floor. And I just want to ask again, all the information that you had today, some of it wasn't presented to Board of Equalization, is that correct?
The equalization argument with the neighboring houses was not.
Was not, okay.
So some was, some wasn't.
Okay. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Did I hear you correctly, Mr. Coder, that you would think that the $870,000 number was reasonable?
Based upon the, 80%, 75, 80% completion factor on January 1, that seems to be in line with what would be reasonable. Back in the old days, I used to work at the bank and we would do construction loans. And you'd go out there and you would inspect those properties and the drywall was up, it was framed, whatever, you had percentage of completions on it. So I'm kind of throwing back to my memories from a long time ago, but
Okay, well, I mean, this carries great weight with me. You're our expert, and, you know, we've been supporting our experts throughout consistently. So the last word from our expert referee is that you agree with Mr. Mullen on the $870,000 valuation. Is that correct?
I do, sir, with a caveat that we also got no information, no documentation as far as the percentage completion of that date. I am basing that $800,000, saying it's okay with me, on the idea that, yes, that was an accurate figure, which we were not given at the time of the hearing.
Okay.
And we still don't have it as best of my knowledge.
Right. Mr. Mullen, how did you arrive at the $870,000 completion figure on January 1st, 2022?
From the taxpayer. That's what he told us he had invested in the property at that point in time.
Okay, and he represented, or you saw documents that substantiated that?
That's correct.
Any
Okay.
further questions?
No, that's it.
All right, no other lights. Again, there is a motion on 2203-722, currently at $1,194,200 to reduce it to $870,000. Please vote.
Motion passes 4-1. Commissioner Borgeson voting no, other commissioners voting yes.
The next property is 03733. That is on page 130. Empire Park, MRES MBC Holdings, 111128 John Galt Boulevard.
That's correct. And this is the building that is largely occupied by Election Systems, ES&S. That's the old radio station building out there and right off the interstate. We submitted an appraisal, a Scott Mosbach appraisal from CBRE, valued the property at $82.76 a square foot, 11.4 million. We're currently at 12.3. The difference in the valuation, if you go through the appraisal, is in the determination of NOI. It's an older office building. It's got some tenancy issues because the largest tenant, which is ES&S, who had about 70% of the space, had some early termination provisions in their leases. So the board of so number one, I'm hanging my hat on the appraisal to get us. We're at 97.56. The appraisal is at $82.76. The other thing is that there's a building that's right around the corner from 11128. It's 10909. It's the Omaha Steaks building, and the Board of Equalization over the weekend I saw took their property down to $7,939,000, which is $66.93 a square foot, and their property is deemed to be a good average in terms of quality condition, which is similar to ours. So it begs the question: why are we at $97.56 a square foot? In Omaha Steaks is at $66.93, and so notwithstanding the favorable treatment that Omaha Steaks seems to get, we're just asking for the appraised value of $11,410,000, which is $82.76 a square foot.
All right, with that, Commissioner Morgan?
Okay, again, we're talking about equalization, and I happen to think I know something about this, because Omaha Steaks was a tenant in a building I owned years ago. I believe their building is much newer than this 5-story white building that was a radio station many years ago. Am I accurate on that?
Correct.
What you know is probably 20 years old. So again, right in the same development, you've got a fully occupied Omaha Steaks building who we're very proud to have in Omaha. But at the same time, how do you justify a rate that's 30-some% higher per square foot in a newer building than this other building? Doesn't make any sense at all. And I would recommend we take it to and I don't know what the number'd be, to the same price per square foot, because we're supposed to have equalization.
All right, is that all, Commissioner
For
Morgan?
now.
Okay. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. So, Mr. Mullen, you've got a 2020 appraisal for 11.4 million, which you're asking us for today.
Correct. Yeah, mid-2020.
I'm sorry, mid-2020?
Yes.
Okay. And you say the county currently values the property at 12.3. The valuation that we're looking at 12,314. Is that right?
Yes.
314. The valuation we're looking at here today is 12,308. Was that an adjustment from the protest that you filed?
Mm-mm. That's listed in the book as
If you
that.
know.
Is it 12,308,000 instead of 12,314,000? I don't know why we would have a different number.
And just so they're on deck, I am going to ask our referees for opinion.
Commissioner Kavanaugh, are you asking if the protest was dismissed or low?
So I'm looking at the recommended total value of $12,308,500, and it appears on here, the county currently values the property at $12,314,400. There's a difference.
Oh, I see. It should be the same. It should be the assessed value to start the year, or well, as of June 1, I guess, was $12,308,500, and then the referees dismissed it to keep it at that value.
Okay, so there's some discrepancy with this 314, but it doesn't make any difference.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
All right, Mr.
Chris Musto, BOE Coordinator, 1011 South 78th Street, Omaha, Nebraska.
Are you able to pause without wiping it out? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yep. Perfect, thank you.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Property under protest is a 5-story office building located near I-80 and L Street. The tax representative has presented an appraisal dated February 24, 2020 and referenced a sale of an adjoining property, 11112 John Galt Boulevard. ID number is in there. Sale information, sale occurred in November of 2021 with a reported price of $1.75 million, shown as $85.47 per square foot. The structure is a 1-story Class C office that was built in 1981, remodeled in 1995. A general view of the sales, that is a much smaller structure, 20,476 square feet, with 2 attached garages and overall is not considered similar to the subject property. The appraisal is dated with a defined value of a leased fee interest, and that's probably where our issue came, because we're supposed to be going with actual value. And the assessor is required to replace actual value. In conclusion, feel insufficient evidence. Now, I would like to just reiterate, I can't even talk today.
Reiterate.
Forget it. Let's talk about the appraisal being leased fee. If that had also addressed that the leased fee and the fee simple actual value were similar or very close to one another, it might have been a little easier to digest and look at that number, but that was not made reference in the report. I believe the report was roughly 137 pages long. It was reviewed. I cannot confirm that I read and digested each and every word.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
All right, no other lights. There, let's see, where are we on this one? You made a motion to put it at, well, you didn't give a figure, you just said 66.93 per square foot.
Approximately $67, same as Omaha State.
Does that equate what he was requesting, 11,410,000?
We asked for the appraised value of 11,410,000, notwithstanding the fact that our neighbor is about 15% less than that in a better, newer building.
So I go with, now what would that be per square foot?
82. Well, it says on this sheet, 82.76 a square foot.
Yeah, $82.76.
More than fair.
And that's a 45-year-old building. That Omaha Steaks building is a 25-year-old building.
I know. You said it's 20 years newer.
But sorry, Madam Chair, I'm just looking. I'm not that good at math. What's the
11
figure?
million 410,000.
That's what we're gonna
That's
go.
what we're
Okay, all
going
right,
at.
all right.
So there was a motion by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Friend, on 03733 from 12,308,500 to 11,410,000. Okay, no other lights, please vote.
Motion fails 2-3. Commissioners Friend and Morgan voting yes. All our commissioners voting no.
Yeah, okay. Next is 03969. It's on page 178. It's Waterloo Outlots, Waterloo Warehouse at 2755 River Road Drive. Okay?
This is a metal building in Waterloo, Nebraska. Can you pull up the aerial shot of that thing? It's not the buildings that run east and west up on the top there. So it's 4 buildings down below that. Just look at the road in front of this, what they call this warehouse. Those are all single-family homes. You can't, and look at how close we are to our neighbor to the north, okay, and to the south. You couldn't get a truck around that curve on the south side of the building. So why don't you go ahead and show me the other pictures. This property was built in sections. It's got different ceiling heights. It's got different floor heights. It's not a traditional warehouse. I mean, back up one step. Quality and condition. They say the county's got this thing is probably average like they do on all this warehouse stuff. You can see it's kind of beat up there. You can't. It doesn't have dock doors. It's got 2 or 3, but you can't access them because the trucks can't get around to the side of the back. The tenancy, the rent roll, which we provided to the county, 75% of the leases are 2 years or less. Notwithstanding that, they have a cap rate on here in the 7s. We have no lease term. So they got us valued at $55.69 a square foot. So pull up another one that is also at $55 a square foot.
This one?
Yeah, go to the picture though. This is over. We have the same valuation these guys do. We've got a jigsawed metal building put together in a residential neighborhood. These guys are out on 97th Street and kind of Blair High Road, all concrete, plenty of parking, easy access in and out. They've got cold storage as well as everything's climate controlled in there, and that's they're treating it the same as ours. But that's more of an equalization argument. I think that's been demonstrated not to have been very helpful here. So here's another one at $38 a square foot, cold storage, which is the king of the hill in the industrial business. $38 a square foot. We got $55 a square foot. We've got no climate controlling at all. We got 1 bathroom in 80,000 square feet. We have no lighting. We're on the floodplain. The river's right behind us, and I'm just asking for the same value we had a year ago. They took us from $1.5 million to 4.4.
All right. So just to make sure I have the right numbers, you're asking again for 1.5 million?
1,537,076.
Wait, say that one more time.
1,537,076. I'll tell you one other small story on this. They were lucky to get Valmont to come in and lease the property because it's close to their property out in Valley. They had about a 2-year project. So they're substantially the way through the project. Then they're going to exit the property. But they might have stayed. There's no power to the building. I mean, they have standard power, like to power a fan. Okay, there's no industrial strength power to the building. So it's not an industrial warehouse. It's not average quality and condition. I don't think the assessor's been out there. It might be worth taking a look. I gave you financial information. I told you about the tenancy. It's very, very short term. And it's not on par with these 2 other properties that we're looking at right there.
Okay. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. And I ask the referees to stand by. Mr. Mullen, so the $4.4 million valuation is based on a $55.69 square footage valuation, and your $1.5 million valuation is based on what per square foot? You showed us a couple of numbers.
$20.
Sorry?
$20.
20, 20?
20, which is what it was at. Like the Board of Equalization had set that a couple years ago.
Okay. I'd like to hear from our referee.
Can you pause the light, please, until we pull up the information? Thank you.
Chris Musto, Commercial Board of Equalization, 1011 South 78th Street.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the comments made by the referee in reviewing the income information presented by the tax representative and the county assessor, it is apparent differences exist, and in some cases, similar items are calculated differently. In the final analysis, assessor must assess property at actual value. The property owner submitted information that is limited to the income approach. The bigger question is what the actual value of the property as of January 1. And the referee goes on to talk about can pick apart and disagree with various items, but had insufficient to support a change in value. I think I would like to just ask the question, if I may, from the protester, were the comparables that you were representing today, were they available, or was it just on the income?
No, we gave the comparables.
Okay.
And the income.
Okay. Yeah, and I do have that information here. Okay, so. I can't hear you.
It would have been in our supplemental.
Okay.
Evidence.
Okay, yeah, they've got some good detail on the information there, additional documents. Okay, and the photographs, but yeah, the comparables that they're just referencing is not in this file. It's all I can say.
I don't know who put it, I don't know who was putting what in what file.
Yep.
We sent it in.
But I've got your photographs of the property.
Yeah. but
Okay, and then the income, which is what was looked at in relation.
But the comparables is where you get the stark contrast.
Don't disagree.
Commissioner Kavanaugh, did you have any other questions for them?
No, if I understood the interchange there, the comparables that we saw, Mr. Mullen, were submitted as part of your protest when you had your hearing with the referees. Yes? Or were they different comparables?
We sent, when we met with the referee, we sent our package, which Mr. Musto has right here. We sent in supplemental evidence on those comparable, on the equalization argument, the comparable properties that one was at $33 a foot, that's cold storage, and the $55 a square foot, that's all concrete with 25 dock doors. Yeah, we provided that. It must not have gotten in the packet. I don't know.
No, I'm just trying to find out what they had in front of them and what we saw today were different documents. Is that
Correct, as far as I can tell from what I'm looking at here. Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Morgan?
So, Mr. Mullen, it sounds like it was a 300% increase over last year.
That's correct.
300% increase. And no power in the buildings.
No power, that's why Valmont's not
Are they
staying.
dirt floors or are they concrete?
There's concrete floor, but they're different levels. So you couldn't take a forklift and go from one end to the other. We have different floor levels and different ceiling levels. And you can't get truck activity in there.
So I would use the example of the 10810, and I hope some of you drive by the building, by Ameritrade, that sold for $20-some a foot. I think this building would have trouble selling at $20 a foot without the tenant for 2 years that they have Valmont.
I think you're right.
And a 300% increase is pretty shocking.
And the comp that we used on that concrete building, that's proximate to the interstate. We're in the town of Waterloo with a 1,400 square foot, 2-bedroom house right across the street, and there's 6 of them.
Amazing.
So it's a different animal. I'm not being critical of anybody or anything, but it's just it's not apples to apples.
Okay.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion to reduce, I know this area well. I was just talking to Commissioner Borgeson about it. I know what that looks like in there, and I would simply make a motion to reduce this to, and I think there is, just a side note, I think that there is, or there should be, a little bit of credence to what this county board did 12 months ago. I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily be something that the assessor's office puts into their planning and thought process, but I think that there should be a modicum of credence applied to it. We are policymakers that are landlords, property owners, and people that live amongst these folks in these districts, and they elected us, as Commissioner Morgan eloquently spoke of earlier, to address a certain portion of this equalization. And I think if we lower this to 1.57 million, I think in the era of fairness and equalization, I think that makes some sense to me. So that's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Boyle?
Yeah, just a question again for Chris. Do you know if the referees had access to the comps?
Had the referees, excuse me?
Did they have access to the comps that were presented today?
It does not appear so by the information that's in the system here.
All right, and if they did, do you just, I know it's just your supposition, it's a supposition, but do you think that the value would be different?
There's a possibility. Certainly there's some valid information that's being presented by Mr. Mullen that would bring some evidence to a lower value on the basis of equalization.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
This current valuation is what number?
The 1,537,000.
Say, slow that down.
1,537,000. Hold on.
Okay, so you're asking for maintaining the status quo valuation?
Yes, sir.
Well,
No, that's not correct. The current one on the books that Board of Equalization did was 4,432,800. That's
That's
what,
the recommendation.
That's the proposal.
that was the recommendation. It wasn't dismissed, or it was
1537,
dismissed
which
by
was last
board
year.
and it
Right.
stayed that.
Right. What I'm asking for is, when you said 300% increase, that kind of got my attention a little bit. So the current valuation, right now, not the recommended valuation of 4,432,000, current valuation that you're paying taxes, or you did pay taxes on, is 1,537,000.
076, that's correct.
076. What you're asking for is return to that current valuation. Yes. The rationale, Chris, for the increase from $1,537,076 to $4,432,800 that you read the conclusions to was prior to anybody in the referees seeing these comparables that Mr. Mullen showed to us just now.
Correct.
And those are vastly different than the ones that were presented to you referees whenever that submission took place.
Well, I don't believe comparables were available. I believe they provided some rent roll and operating data.
Okay, so is that correct, Mr. Mullen?
At the meeting, that's what we provided, but the agreement with, and the understanding with the referee is that we would supply the supplemental information, which was the comps, and we did, and we did it timely.
And we're not talking about any big difference in the actual structure during this period of time, any upgrades or any, new things that were added. It's the same structure, essentially, without any new construction that was valued at the 1.5 million.
Correct.
No new occupancy, tenants, income, anything else.
No outside work, no new concrete, nothing.
Okay, all right. So, I guess my question is that the referees, if you had had the benefit of these comparables and the information that we now know, would that possibly change your conclusion that we should go from 1.5 million to 4.4 million?
Well, you're providing me the opportunity to rethink, but that also provides looking back in the notes that was prepared by the assessor's office last year. It appears that they were taking into account some higher vacancy issues and activities there. So to get back to where that number came from and whether that number would be what they termed as stabilized today or then, there could be a variation to where the numbers could come somewhere in between those and be completely supported. But I haven't taken the opportunity to rehash back there, come back here. We start a hearing again, not a hearing again, but a review of documentation again. And I am fearful of standing here and just blurting out numbers without having take the appropriate time to look at the documentation.
I got you. And when you say that number, you're referring to the $1.5 million number.
The 1.5 million that was placed on the property last year, correct.
Thank you.
Okay. No other lights. There is, did you want to say something else? Oh. There is a motion on the floor to reduce the property from $4,432,800 to $1,537,076. That's what they're requesting, but my question was, is you, as the maker of the motion, I thought you said $1,570,000.
I did.
Oh, so do you want to withdraw it or not keep it there or put?
I want to keep it there.
Okay, so the motion then is not 1,537,076. The motion is 1,570,000. Okay, 1,570,000. Is the second agreeable to that?
Thinking about it. Yeah, go ahead.
I could have answered for you. Commissioner Boyle.
Let's make it.
I have a question. It's mostly, I don't know if it's okay to do this, but I want to ask my peer, Commissioner Morgan, what do you think that's a fair assessment, knowing what you know about real estate? That seems low to me, but I also think 4.4 million is high. And
under the circumstances, I do.
Okay.
I really do.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right. With that, no other lights on. Please vote.
Two more sister properties.
Are you guys making a deal down there?
Motion passes. Commissioner Morrison voting no, other commissioners voting yes.
All right. The last two are on, or this one is on 03686 on page 106. And this is First National Business Park. And before we get started, Dan, can you call up the referees' information so it's ready to go? Page 106.
You know, I don't have it in front of me. I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure it's the right one.
I'll be able to pull that up for you when I do this. Linden Place. That's also 3687 as well. So,
I
all
just
right.
wanted to double check, make sure.
Sure. All right.
This is an office building called Linden Place out off of 144th and Dodge. This is a 20 to 25-year-old property. The county values it at $11,046,500, which is $143.45 a square foot. This is a building that does not have any national tenants, all locals, does a lot of office share type of thing. And the taxpayer's asking for a reduction in the value due to the use of the factors in their income model, in our opinion, are not market. The county uses a rental rate of $24. The actual rate is $20.50. We use a vacancy percentage of 15.1%, which is if you go to the next page, it's the rate in suburban West Dodge per the Colliers or CBRE quarterly report at the end of the year, 15.2%. So, to be frank with the board, we don't have 15.2% right now, but we're the beneficiary of riding the coattails of some legacy leases that are going to be coming due that we don't think we're going to be able to re-up because of the current vacancy in office space. So we're using the market rate because we're trying to get to a market rate. We've got to use market factors: $20.50 on rent, 15.1%. Our actual expenses are 44%. We're going to go ahead and use the county's cap rate, which is 6.78, which on an office is awful high. And we get a valuation of $7,381,000. The county's got $11,046,000. And our request for evaluation of $7,381,364 is $95.85 a square foot. PJ's talked a couple times about that business in Old Mill, that property down there that sold for $20 a square foot. This is an indication of the office market is tough right now. It's probably the toughest segment out there. And the financials are probably lagging reality because they still look okay. But when those leases come due, those tenants, if they re-up, they're going to have there's a lot of space on the market. And so we talked to Dale Scott, who's been managing these properties for 20, 25 years. And he said, hey, we're doing $20.50 deals. Our expenses are what they are on an older building. And to have the county value this thing, I mean, we're at $143 a foot. The brand new stuff in the Heartland Preserve, where Carson's building is, where Valmont is just put the new building, they're in the $150 range. These older buildings don't have the amenities that the new stuff have, doesn't have technology, the technology capability, et cetera, et cetera. So we're striving to get a market rate, and we think we're asking for a market rate of $95.85 a square foot, which is $7.381 million.
Well, I just want to make sure because the property that I announced we were talking about was, I think, the one before this one. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows we're on 03687, not 03686.
You're correct. My apologies.
Okay, so the current through Board of Equalization is $11,046,500, and you are asking $7,381,364.
Correct.
Okay. With that, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Currently, the number not the recommended number, not your requested number, the current number is what?
On the valuation, the current valuation?
Yeah.
$11,046,464.
Okay, so the recommendation here is just continuation of the current status quo. Is that right?
I didn't see a change from the BOE, so I assume that's right.
Yeah. Unlike the last one where there was a 300% increase, this is no increase.
Correct. Our position is that the market changed.
Just trying to be clear here.
Oh, absolutely.
So if we could hear from our referees on this, please.
Chris Musto, Commercial Board of Equalization Referee, 1011 South 78th Street, Omaha, Nebraska.
So Chris, before you get started, a lot of these that we've talked about are people coming in and protesting because their valuation has gone up, what they consider to be unreasonably, like the previous one of 300% increase, right?
Correct.
If I understand Mr. Mullen just now, this is not a valuation increase year over year. Is that correct?
If that's what he's saying, I'd have to look at the record to know exactly.
Okay.
And I can do that in a minute.
But that's-
But I had a comment here on this.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Well, I think what they're doing, they're taking the county model and readjusting it. Now, it is under the assumption that the county model has looked to the market to pull their data that they've put and applied to various properties. And I'm not disagreeing with some of they're looking at the market and like the 15%, 15.1%. But when we get to the actual, is that the lease, again, the current leases at 20.50 versus the 24, and they show an adjustment for a TI, but then the expenses, I know the assessor's using a loaded cap rate, and they show that at the end, they 6.78 plus the 2.2 and get to the 9, and they calculate their value. The expenses on the other side go up. I'm not sure if the taxes are in there or if that's unloaded with the taxes, because then they talk about it, the levy, the 8.5 plus 2.2 doesn't equal 9%. It would actually be 10.7%, which would calculate even a lower number. So, okay. I mean, I don't have, now we need to go back and see if they've got, if it's gross leases and, or if there's any net that's being billed back, and if those are the numbers. I mean, this is probably where the disconnect comes on some of these, is setting the pieces out and putting them in their appropriate places to decide whether or not or how much that NOI, and inappropriately placing any one of those numbers can create a starkly different result.
I appreciate that.
Calculation-wise.
Could you give us the summary conclusion of the
yes.
referee, please?
Now, okay, I'm sorry.
David, don't worry about it. He's better at this than I just get it.
Can you pause till we get it? Okay, thanks.
And I actually have the wrong one up.
Yeah.
So let me. All right.
Okay, the property under protest is a 4-story office building located northeast of 144th Street and West Dodge Road. The tax representative had presented a list of several sales with emphasis on 2. Sale 1, 11605 Miracle Hills Drive, which appears to be a Class B office building and does not appear similar to the subject. Sale 2, 14201 First National Bank Parkways, which appears to be a Class A office building that does appear to be similar to the subject. However, all information will be needed to be confirmed when dealing with a $26 million sale price to support a change in value. Additional sales would be required to support any reduction in value. In conclusion, they felt there was insufficient. And I think this goes back to the referees, or sometimes feel there could be additional information out there that maybe isn't being looked at to get the whole picture. And sometimes one sale isn't enough information to make them comfortable with making a change.
Real quick, can anybody tell me if there was a protest of this valuation last year? Because it was the same protest, the same valuation on the same building.
Commissioner, I can, but it's going to take a minute.
It appears as it was protested in 2016, but it does not appear that it was protested in 21.
Thank you.
All right.
And I think you asked for both of us, so I'll comment if I could.
Just a minute, let me make sure there's not any other lights on, okay? Commissioner Kavanaugh?
The reason for the protest this year that maybe didn't happen last year is that the office market has changed compared to a year ago. So when you look at the change in value, you have to look at the differential between the valuation of the county and the fair market. So in 2021, maybe it was closer to this. Now it's like this. So our numbers don't change that much. The market has changed, and we're trying to give you fair market value. That's why the county won't take a lease fee. We're marking this thing to the market, 15% on the vacancy. You can't sell an office building in Omaha, Nebraska at a 6.5 cap rate. And that's what the model has got.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Any response to that?
Mr. Mullen is not incorrect in saying that the markets have changed. Now, the look back at the assessor information that we are in cases trying to say that they've got and represented what's going on in the current market and pasting that amongst the similar type buildings, rents, expenses, vacancy, and then capitalization rate. Now, Mr. Mullen's argument does show that he went to their rent and then the market vacancy and collection, which is showing a 15.1, which was more aggressive than the assessor. Unfortunately, I don't have all the details that the assessor puts into their models. It would be more helpful if we had a little bit more of a range, and in the past, some of that has been provided.
And I appreciate that. And that is why, in summation, I would ask Mr. Goodwillie, maybe the true oracle of Omaha, to step up and address this exact position, because markets fluctuate year to year to year to year. We're dealing with a status quo to status quo valuation here. What light can you shed on this for us?
Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds Office. This is not a parcel I had a chance to talk to anybody about before I came in here today. I mean, obviously this stuff gets dropped down, it's a little bit late. What I would remind everybody though is that the properties get valued as of January 1st of every year. So what's relevant is where were we on 1/1 of 22. And perhaps I'm misunderstanding what Mr. Mullen is saying, but he's saying at least currently and as of that time, they were leased up, their vacancy rate was pretty decent, things were going well, but this has all changed the value on the come because as the year goes along, things are falling back in the marketplace. I think the true place to make that adjustment for what the market's done this year is for the 23 value.
You mean going ahead and,
Yeah.
and seeing it actually happen?
Sure, because we're valuing, we valued this property as we thought it existed as of 1/1 of 22. We're, 8, 9 months on now.
Thank you. That's all.
That's all? All right, no other questions or comments on this one? Commissioner Morgan?
Well, I do think the market, the last year has, even a year ago right now, was changing without question. Not the housing market, residential, that's changed in recent months, not in January, but the office market is pretty tough in Omaha. You can hardly drive anywhere without seeing for rent signs.
Well, but just to be clear, the CBRE report is what the vacancy was in the fourth quarter, not today, in 21, in the fourth quarter at 1/1.
Right, so it hasn't, Commissioner Kavanaugh, it was having a challenge in the fourth quarter of last year. Now, this building's valued, I'd say, somewhere close to $150 a foot.
Correct.
It's the current value. Is it 100% leased back in January?
Yeah, but the leases that were in place, there's a fair amount of 23 renewals. So, whether or not they get renewed, I haven't taken a look at it, but there's some turnover this coming year. So whatever value you put on those leases in place at 12/31/22.
Now, we all know there's a tremendous number of buildings right in First National Bank Park, and all pretty comparable. Do you have any comps that show that some are valued 10% less or 20% less?
We use the sale of the Valmont building, which is probably the primo building in the Bank of the West Park, First National Bank Park. And I just looked at that valuation compared to what the new construction's on the books at, as you go west.
Right, but the Belmont building that sold, in fairness to being candid, that was vacant and sold at around $120-some a foot.
I'm
Vacant.
I don't know about it. I can't comment on that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure they had moved out yet, but they were moving at that point, so this one's a little more challenging.
Okay. No other questions or comments? There's not a motion on the floor. And so the value will be $11,046,500 on 03687. The last one,
We're gonna pass.
you're gonna.
We're gonna pass on that, yeah.
Okay.
That was a sister building to this.
Oh,
And if
okay.
your feeling is the same.
Okay.
so.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, just an editorial, go
He
ahead.
withdrew it. All right.
Mr. Kavanaugh, did you have a question?
No, I was just asking what last amendment place LLC you would buy.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Thank
You know,
you again for your very, very good presentation, and I hope that we can assure you that next year there'll be a different process in place that might give us a better result, but thank you.
Maybe you should think about from a process standpoint and express, past you guys, just go straight to Turk.
Okay, thank you.
I know you
That's
got
all.
something to appeal from.
Thank
Thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else in the chamber wishing to speak during this item on the Board of Equalization? Okay, so with that, we did have a motion and a second, and we did have some changes. But we also had a correction.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So commissioners, the total value the recommendation for the total value is not changing. It's just the land value and building value got transposed. There's no building on this property. So what I'm talking about is on page 20. It's Bernard Morello is the owner. The protest number is 22-03122. On page 20, 2764 Grant Street. The recommendation should be $2,000 on the land, $0 on the building for a total value of $2,000. So again, the total value is not changing. It's just the land and building values need to be switched around. So.
And again, the motion will reflect the D through G. It will reflect the changes that were made to a couple of the properties, and everything else stayed the same.
Commissioner?
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting. Teresa, York County Attorney's Office. I would ask that you take G separately and vote on D, E, and F. And the reason, and I can give the reason, the reason is that the same property is in D and is a recommendation of no change, but the same property then is in G with a recommendation of lowering. And I'd like I think the intent will be to lower, and I'd like that to come last rather than simultaneously, so that there's a clear record of what that value is for that property, and that being the change that's recommended in G via the certified assessment correction.
So may I provide some additional background, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, so the reason is because the Form 425, this person filed a Form 425, but that is to say damage happened on my property between January 1, 2022 and July 1, 2022. Well, the damage happened in September of 2021, and plus, additionally, it seems that the fire was caused by old wiring, not by a natural event, so it doesn't qualify for relief under the Form 425. Why the CAC is in front of you is this person also protested. We took up their protest last week. After we took action on it, it came to my attention that some of the information that he intended to submit for both only made it to the Form 425, so the referees didn't get a chance to review some of the supporting documentation he submitted. When that happens, we ask the refs to take another look because our mistake, and this new documentation changed their mind. So they're eventually this person's going to get a valuation of 20, I mean, if you agree to to item G, their 2021 valuation will be $28,000, but it's just the appropriate method to get it there is through the CAC and not the Form 425 decision.
So the maker of the motion will have to agree that we're only approving D, E, and F
Yes,
first?
yes.
Okay, Chris. Ruh-roh.
Who is the second? And this has never happened before, so who is the second?
PJ.
Let's go with PJ then, as if he'll accept the friendly amendment to take G separately.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just so everybody's clear, we are voting on D, E, and F. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
And now we need a motion for item G. Is there a second? All right, any further questions or comments?
Madam Chair, do you want that
Yeah.
include adjournment for BOE?
Oh, yes, thank you. Is that okay with the maker of the, and the second? Okay, thank you. Please vote.
One moment, please. Okay, thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Again, we will take on the Douglas County Board of Corrections next, the two Tuesdays, August 23rd. Please note that the board does not meet August 16th. So again, our next meeting is August 23rd. I do need a motion to reconvene as the Board of Commissioners and go into executive session for purposes of legal advice, litigation, contract negotiation, union contract negotiations. And which was the last one? Contract negotiations. All right, is there a second? All right. What is that noise? Oh, somebody's on Zoom. Okay, oh, it's not Zoom. Please vote.
I'm sorry, Commissioners, one moment, please. Let's just vote and reconvene. This is to reconvene. I just want to, we're going to do voice vote, Commissioners, sorry.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Boyle, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Friend.
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan. Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. Motion passes to 5-0. We are adjourned at 1:35 p.m.